Mic check 1 2. 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 Miggity miggity. Mic check 1 2. Miggity miggity. Mic check 1 2. What's going on, people? What's happening, people? What's going on? What's crack-a-lacking? 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 What's going on? Big up the screen chat. Big up the screen chat. Big up everybody tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. Apologies for a delay. Super delayed. Super delayed, but we're here. Super delayed, but we're here. We're here, ready to rock. What's going on, people? What's going on, people? What's going on? Talk to me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's going on, stream chat? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. 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 Mic check 1 2.
Powerful bunch.
Big up JTB. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Big up JTB. Thank you for becoming a member. Big up Blood Clot. Is that how they do it in Korea? Is that right? Big up JTB. Appreciate you. I think I said that. Yeah. I think I said that. Big up. That's a heart shape, right? I think that's a heart shape. Thank you, JTB, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. J1B. Appreciate you. Wagwan. Yeah, Wagwan Stevie M. Wagwan, Mrs. Do Your Girl. Wagwan Jesse Black, I see you. Gabriel was here earlier. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you. Alien Earth, yeah. I've not watched the finale or the penultimate episode. I think I've missed the finale. The finale's out. I don't know. I'm seeing, maybe it's my algorithm, right? Maybe my algorithm's full of haters, but I'm seeing a lot of people not liking the show, you know? I'm seeing a lot of people, I think maybe they're more familiar with the Alien franchise, maybe they're more familiar with the Alien lore, and they're not liking it. I'm seeing some titles of videos where they're saying, oh, this show is so stupid, this show is so dumb, but I enjoyed it for what it was. I just been lazy to watch it because I think the episodes are quite long, they're quite dense, to be fair, so I kind of got tired to watch it and stuff, but it's decent enough. But some of the geeks out there, some of the nerds really don't like it, but I enjoyed it so far. I've enjoyed it. I think they kind of, maybe they're longing it out a bit. That's the only criticism I have. Maybe they're longing it all out a bit, you know. Who's the main guy? What's his name again? The main guy is a Boy Genius. They're kind of longing out the reason why he's around. Who is he? You know what I mean? We don't get. I don't think I found out yet who Boy Genius is. The show doesn't really tell you. Obviously, you get the kind of general premise that he's just, you know, he's this super genius guy who is obviously in charge of that island, but you don't really get any backstory to him. I'd love to know more backstory and shit, so I don't know. But I've seen I don't know, I've seen some really odd people there. But big up the stream chatters. Big up Queso Bros. What's that? Task is alright. It's alright. I think Task is like in the same category. Did you watch that series called Smoke? Did you guys watch that series called Smoke on Apple TV? It was about a guy that investigates arsons and shit. Decent enough start, but it kind of petered out and kind of dried out towards the end. I think Task is going to be the same. Task is going to end up kind of drying up and becoming a bit shit towards the end. So I'm not that enamored with Task, but there's not really much to watch, really, man. What have I been watching? Oh, you know what I've been watching though. But this is hard. Most of you probably won't be into this because I'm a little bit of a fucking child with this sort of stuff. but I'm a good fan of like espionage, war, spy. I said espionage already, but you know, like that kind of shit. There's a series called what the fuck? Why did I forget the name of it now? It's on Amazon Prime Video. Fuck, what's the name of it? It was I just literally watched it the other day, so it must not have been that impactful, but it just finished the other day. Actually, it finished just the other day. The finale was on the other day. What is it? Amazon Prime? Is it War? What's it called? It's written by this author that was on Rogan before. It's written by the same author that was on Rogan. He wears hats. I forgot his fucking name. What is it? Amazon Prime series. Let's see what it says on my phone. That's it. Terminal List. Terminal List. Something Vengeance. This one's Terminal List. That's the one. Terminal List. Terminal List. And I think that this one's called something like Wolf Ninja or something like that. It's starring one of the other guys. It kind of focuses on his story more. It's called Terminal List Dark Wolf. Terminal List Dark Wolf. Terminal List Dark Wolf. I recommend you check that out. That's good. That's good. Because a lot of people die in it. Chris Pratt is the one who's the main character for the first season, I think, and then obviously this one is the other guy. But I like this series because people die. I'm a big fan of series where people like. I'm a big fan where there's series and there's consequences to your actions, not just everyone surviving throughout the whole thing. That's why I kind of got. That's why I kind of got put off. That's why I got kind of put off Ozarks. Did you guys watch Ozarks? I didn't really like Ozarks or vibe with it because it didn't make any sense how the entire family was alive. You know, like if that was real life. I know the series is not meant to be real life, but still, all the fuck shit that they did, the Ozarks family. Or not family. I forgot what the name again. I forgot their name. What they called in the TV series. But if that family would have done that same sort of shit, someone in that family should have died. The only person that died, I think, in that family was the wife's brother, right? But I think he was bipolar or something. Honestly, man, come on, bro. How did everyone survive? 2 kids, the wife, like it was too preposterous. That's why I didn't like Ozarks. Decent enough, but like, why is everyone else dying and not the family? Makes no sense. What else I've been watching? Slow Horses is back, by the way. Slow Horses is back. Episode 1 of Slow Horses is a bit good, I'm not gonna lie. Episode 1 of Horses is a bit of a banger, not gonna lie. I enjoyed that one. Slow Horses episode 1 is out. Season, I don't know what season it is, it's 2 or 3, but that's pretty decent. But there's not a lot of good shit out. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit dry for series. That's why I'm trying to get into anime now. I'm trying to get into more anime. There's a whole genre of anime that's like Chinese. Have you heard guys about that? I've seen some YouTube videos about that. There's a whole like Chinese anime scene that's popping up. It's meant to be really fucking good. So I might start checking out some Chinese anime. And that's about it really for the most part. Not really much out there, bro. It's kind of shit. It's kind of fucking shit. You know I've been watching on a mad one. Rookie. I've been so starved with TV series. If I'm bored, I'll watch Rookie. If you know, you know. It's fucking terrible, but I don't mind it. You know, it's okay to watch in the background. You don't need to like. It doesn't require too much concentration. You know what I mean? I can just kind of pop it on and kind of figure it out. I really have been enjoying Rookie. It's fucking horrendous. It's fucking horrendous, but I'm there for it. Yo, big up Young Old Vibes. Big up Miss Young Old Vibes. What's going on? Big up Smash Mia. Big up Smash Mia. Big up Smash Mia. Big up Smash Mia. Big up LB. Cool. So let's get into it. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, the drama around Theo Von is crazy, bro. You see what's up going on with Theo at the moment? Have you seen all that shit happening with Theo at the moment? Absolutely wild. Absolutely. Oh yeah, happy birthday LB. Happy birthday LB. Let's get some fucking parties in the fucking chat then. Happy birthday to LB. Happy birthday Blood Clot LB. Happy birthday Blood Clot LB. Let's get some fucking party hats in the fucking chat. Big up LB. Happy birthday, huh? Happy birthday, alright? Happy. There you go. Have some of that. Full page. Full chat box of fucking birthdays, alright? Enjoy. Let's see. So let's get into this. So, this might be one of the worst days in Theo Von's life ever, I think, probably. He's probably having a miserable day. So Theo the other day was filming. He's taping his new Netflix special. Theo's out here taping his new Netflix special, and unfortunately for Theo, his new Netflix special went viral on the r/comedy subreddit. On the r/comedy subreddit. I didn't even know the subreddit existed, I'm not gonna lie. I'm always on the stand-up comedy subreddit, but I didn't know there existed an r/comedy, like a general comedy subreddit. And this comedy subreddit, at the last time of speaking, this comedy subreddit has 30,000 upvotes, 30,000 upvotes, and over 4,589 comments. The thread, Theo Von just bombed. Saw Theo at the Beacon Theatre tonight for his Netflix taping, double ouch. 1/3 of the crowd walked out, myself included, and they seem to keep coming. Worst set I've ever seen. Pandering to the dumbest 50 people in the room. Failure of epic proportions. Crazy. At his Netflix taping, bro. Do you know how brutal that must be? Do you know how brutal that must feel? At your Netflix taping. At your Netflix fucking taping. This happens. Crazy. Let's read some of the comments to see what's going on. People walked out of the special taping. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That in itself is funny image. Ticket was from a friend. Lots of people. Okay, let me click that. I think this is the image of the ticket, right? Let's see what this is saying. There we go. Ticket from a friend. There's proof that the person went to the Beacon Theatre to see Theo perform. You can see there Theo Return of the Rat, Saturday 27th of September, and the date, the time, blah 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 blah. God damn it, Theo. Was it because he said overtly controversial, offensive comments? Was it because he was incoherent? What was the reason people left? Is this the same person, right? Someone said it was surreal tour de force of racism. okay. What? It was a surreal tour de force of racism, anti-Semitism, and gross incompetence. Never seen anything like that. He kept repeating himself over and over to get a good take for the recording, and more than twice he totally forgot the boot and had to ask people backstage for help. Gee, it wouldn't surprise me that a lot of people got into the Rogan Sphere comedians without actually knowing their comedy. Some of them are legit hilarious. Classic Tom Segura. Boss, okay, cool. I remember. What else happened here? I can't recommend watching. What's another one here? He was never funny. I don't get it. I don't get it. What I don't get is this. This is what I don't get. How can Theo, one of the most objectively funny people on podcast, be so bad as a stand-up? Is it simply because he doesn't practice stand-up, or is it because he's just not good at stand-up? Like, how can you be doing comedy for that long, be objectively funny on pods? Like, he makes people laugh. I'm sure he's made you and I laugh plenty of times on podcasts. How is it that he gets on stage and he can't be funny? I've not watched a single special of Theo's and it's been good. I've not watched one special of Theo's that I've laughed the same way I laugh with him on a podcast. Why is that? Are we overrating his comedy on pods? Is he just not? I don't get it, man. Because he is garbage on the stage, like so bad. Even his style of comedy, even his style is not good as well. You know, even his style's not the same. It's just strange. Now, I don't think Bill Young got vibes. Drewski's stand up is hard. Same with Funny Mark. When you say Drewski's stand up is hard, do you mean hard as in good or hard as in bad? What do you mean by that? Big up Young Felipe. Theo isn't even that funny in general anymore. I used to think he was one of the... Nah, he's... Okay, Young Felipe, let's not do Monday morning quarterback, my friend. Let's not do hindsight shit. Theo is still funny on pods. You can put on a random podcast episode of Theo and he's going to make you laugh. But what I'm asking, why can't he make you laugh on stage the same way? He doesn't have to be fucking bend over funny. It doesn't have to make you collapse. It doesn't have to make you fucking cry. But why can't he be the same funnies on stage on in podcasts on stage? That's the thing that making me wonder. Actually, now I'm on your side. Now I'm on young Felipe's side. Actually, maybe he wasn't even that funny. Maybe he's just all gassing up. Maybe he actually wasn't that funny to begin with. You know, it's like a Rogan thing, right? We all thought I thought. No, I'm not gonna say we. I thought Rogan was smart when I first got into fucking stand-up, when I got straight into podcasting. Then as you become older and you gain your own understanding, you become wiser, you start reading yourself, you start realizing Rogan isn't smart. And people always say, I forgot who said it. Who said it? Oh, Carl Kalinske. Big up Carl Kalinske. Carl Kalinske said, and this is very true, right? Big up Carl Kalinske. Make sure you go to his channel. He's fucking amazing. He's always ranting about Rogan. But Carl Kalinske said, you will always fall out of love with Rogan when Rogan starts commenting on something in an area of your field of expertise. Because it happens to everybody. When Rogan starts to get into your field of expertise, you suddenly realize how dumb he is. When he starts talking about science, when he starts talking about, I don't know, climate, when he starts talking about viruses, when he starts talking about, I don't know, whatever you're into, whatever your thing is, when he starts talking about it, you'll realize he's dumb. So maybe Theo wasn't that smart in the first. No, maybe Theo was never that funny. Maybe I just had a low appreciation of comedy is not the right thing. Yeah, maybe I said low appreciation of comedy. You know, like when you first start getting into memes, and like the most basic meme would make you laugh, and then you know as you become more sophisticated and more knowledgeable, you know those basic NPC memes don't hit the same. Maybe the same thing with Theo. Maybe when I got into stand-up comedy podcasts, Theo was like a breath. Because if you watch, that's the thing as well, I have to be honest too. At that time, I was listening to a lot of like Brendan and that, innit? So if you're listening to Brendan Shaw week in, week out, and then you hear Theo's going to sound like a god compared to Brendan, innit? That's the thing. You know? If you're listening to like Burr on a pod and then you hear Theo, you're going to be like, oh my god, this guy's like a comedy savior. Finally, you know, when really is he that funny? Big up Young God Vibes. I think I think stand up is harder than skits and podcast. No, of course it is. Of course, 100%. No, I'm gonna take that back. I don't think it is. I'm taking that back. I don't think put that. I'm taking it back. I think stand up should be easy if you're a comedian. Because you get to rehearse your bits. You get to go on stage with your best quote unquote routine of your best jokes. And it's up to you just to kind of sell it. But I also think these guys don't really want to be comedians, you know? They want to be podcasters. They don't really want to be comedians because being a comedian is hard. Like actually writing jokes, coming up with premises, performing on stage, you know, practicing how you're going to pronounce something, how you're going to use your breath, how you're going to implement pauses, punctuations, you know, physical stuff, like how you're going to exaggerate I mean, there's quite a lot to it if you really get nerdy. You could kind of make it into a bit of an art form or performance, but most stand-up comedians don't do that. They rock up to the stage with a whiskey, with a couple of drinks in them already, and just do whatever needs to be done on stage. They're not really taking it that level of performance. But I think if you've got jokes, you prefer performing on stage than doing stand-up on pods, because on stage you're just doing the same rehearsed fucking set every time you go up there. You don't have to think, you don't have to improvise, you know? You don't have to come off of stuff on top of your head. You don't have to fill in, you know, gaps with just nonsense for the sake of it. You know where all your beats are, you know what you're gonna say. I think it should be easier if you're a good comedian. Obviously if you're bad, not gonna be easier, but yeah. I watched a video about his set. It shows Brendan. Let's see any more posts here. His special was awful. People always said that he was okay. Comment off the cuff of podcasting. He really leaned into the outrageous friend bitch, which obviously okay, cool. This is what someone's saying here. This is about Brendan. Man, I saw Brendan at the Comedy Store back room with 5 other comedians. It was crazy how much he just died. It was really impressively bad. You know when someone isn't funny but you sort of give them a courtesy laugh or smirk when their joke ends, just so to try and move it on to the next part of the convo. Well, for Brendan, it was impossible to even give him a courtesy laugh, because not only was his material completely unfunny, it didn't even have the cadence of a joke. So you couldn't even pinpoint where he thought the audience was supposed to laugh. That's a proper good summation of Brendan's comedy. Even though he wasn't as bad as everybody else, he really didn't understand jokes. And I'm going to play you a clip later on, you'll see. He doesn't really understand jokes or like joke writing or like set up punchlines. He doesn't get it at all. So, but big up to him though. He was a comedian for a while. He's quit now, but he did have a proper career as a comedian. Not understanding jokes, innit? Just like his mentor, Joe Rogan. Hey! So you couldn't even pinpoint where he wanted the audience to laugh. It was shocking. He had obviously brought some friends and family who were trying to support him at the table in the front, but even they don't even know why they were supposed to laugh. So he would try fake laugh out of the middle of a story and then retract because he didn't even leave a pause break for the laugh at that moment. I felt bad for the next comedian who walked into a dead room after it completely warmed up by the first few comedians, but they addressed it and got the crowd back on their side. But the worst part is, it felt like he thought he crushed it. Like he didn't even realize everyone in the audience hated it, which was even more shocking. Someone so out of touch with reality right in front of him, which meant he would never improve. But that's also the part of success. That's also one of the main tenets of being successful. Being so delusional, being so out of touch, you know, it's actually quite important too. Weirdly enough, it's actually a very, very important trait. Yeah, but Joe Rogan stand-up is bad too. Let's see, any more posts about Theo? All right, so I was at the gas station in the other city, you know, and this dude comes up to me and he's got a real, okay, cool, I don't know, so he didn't know where he was at his set at the time. He kept retelling jokes. Try someone behind the stage what to do next, and said multiple times what's next, followed by cringiest crowd work ever. I've never walked out of a show ever. Lots and lots of people walking out of the same feedback. That was terrible. Jesus Christ, Theo. Jesus Christ, Theo. Yeah, everyone really ragging into it. So they asked him, well, do you think he was using or just sloppy material? The original poster says as follows. The OP, you know, look at me, I spend too much time on the internet. I just think he's a podcaster. He's funny for sure, stand-up tech skill. Most outrageous people can talk for a few hours on the podcast, and there's sure to be some such clips and moments that will go viral. It's just bad. Like I said, I've never left a show. Most people left. Fuck yeah, now. Theo's whole shtick is acting less intelligent than he truly is, manufacturing the appearance of being a southern idiot, acting like certain things confuse him, but the jokes he usually makes about the subject can be very clever. Or he seems to have an educated understanding on a topic sometimes, but also can act oblivious to certain aspects. I stopped watching him because I ended up realizing this. This makes him likable to a wider audience, meaning the lowest common denominator. Perhaps he tried to use the behavior of forgetting his set as a tactic to get the less educated and less competent people to feel like they will relate to him, making him think he's just like me, further strengthening their audience members' perceived bond with Theo. Jesus Christ, man, that's an incredible breakdown and summation of why Theo is successful, isn't it? Basically, yeah, he plays into the shtick of just not being intelligent, but he really is, or not being self-aware, but he really is, and that's the whole thing, really, isn't it? If you think about it, not much else to it. Say outrageous things, pretend you're dumb, cash in the checks. Fair play to Theo. Bingo, with everything you said about the shtick, is tough to stick there. Blah blah blah. Cool. Let's see some other reviews. There's more reviews. This is not the only one. There's more reviews coming. Another person on the Theo Reddit. This person on the Theo Von subreddit. I just saw Theo's 5 p.m. show at the Beacon. It pains me to say this, but as a huge Theo fan, this was the most disappointing comedy show ever. So disappointed. Theo should consider doing live podcasts at this point. Really anything but comedy. Does anyone know what the deal is with the dude that got thrown out in the first 5 minutes? Yes, someone got thrown out. Yes, I talked to him after the show. He was standing outside in the front of the theatre, holding court. He said all he did was call out Theo, and put his arms up into a flexing muscle. Next thing he knew, he was being pointed out and surrounded by security and escorted out. The show manager gave him 9 o'clock tickets so he could see the show, so he could go see the show, and he was thinking about changing out to a white t-shirt. He had a neon green sunglasses on. I told him he should lose them. He was honestly baffled. The person that he came with stayed for the show. Fucking hell. What happened there? Did Theo get him chucked out because he was scared that he might jump the stage or something? Maybe. I think the girl that I didn't want to go by myself, just okay, that's insane. I was at the balcony, so only from Theo's angle, but I feel like everyone kind of had a feeling that he didn't do anything. You could tell he was confused, like walking out. I'm glad he got tickets to the later show. Just saw the 9 o'clock taping, doubt it went much better. Lots of repeating the same joke over and over again to get it right, and he constantly lost his train of thought. He took like 3 or 4 breaks during the set to ask his producer for the ending of the jokes or what he was supposed to say next. Was still super funny, entertaining, but definitely a lot different than what I was expecting. Seems like he was extremely nervous. Yeah. So nobody's saying. My initial reaction when I heard all the news about Theo flopping, I thought maybe he was high again. Maybe he kind of relapsed, but it doesn't sound like he was high, which is worse. It sounds like he was just really nervous, and obviously maybe he hadn't practiced a lot before. And he fluffed his lines, innit? He fluffed his lines. It happens to the best of them. I remember it happened to Joe Diaz, I think, during one taping of a special he did as well during Netflix. Damn, if the 5 p.m. was worse, it must have been brutal. 9 p.m. was unbearable at some point. I knew Theo is not exactly a legendary comic, but it felt like watching someone work out of a brand new bit. Never seen someone walk completely off stage mid-material. And he did it at least 3 times. So can we say that Brendan's a better stand-up than Theo? Can we say that Brendan Schaub is a better stand-up than Theo? Because I've never heard Brendan walking out mid-set. I've never heard of Brendan ever leaving the stage mid-set. Never. He just goes. So maybe Brendan's a better stand-up than Theo. That's been embarrassing. Are they ever going to release a sting before reading a comment? I thought maybe he'd prepped. I was in the balcony for the 9 p.m. show too, and yes, he seemed very nervous. I wonder if Netflix will be able to use the footage. Honestly, I feel really bad for him. I still really love him. See, I guess the best thing, when you do those 2 tapings, I guess the good thing is that most likely they'll just edit it together, innit, to try and make it somewhat coherent, to make it somewhat smooth, and obviously get out all the fucking kinks. So he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Someone says, yeah, I love him too. If he seems really nervous, maybe that's just it. He seems to be someone who struggles with the mental health from time to time. He would have been anxiety attacks, but went off stage, who knows? From his podcast, I feel like Theo's quite unhappy with the current politics in America. He's been outspokenly pro-Palestine while also leaning right. And with the Kirk thing, he said it really scared him of the video on YouTube. He might feel like a target for both sides. Might explain why security seems so harsh on that guy they kicked out. But we don't know. I feel like we should wait. Okay. But that, again, that's his own fault, innit? That's his own fault. He's crying about people in Palestine, but then he's having dinner with fucking Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Like, I don't know what you want people to say, bro. You got yourself in that pickle, innit? Another one says, it feels rough. He had me and my girlfriend on the edge of the whole time. We could feel his stress bleeding into the room. The constant start, restart again killed the vibe. The jokes came out with weak energy, packed with ums and ahs. Felt like he'd really taped off and that he figured he'd only use a few minutes of the 5 p.m. set. Anyway, the open comics didn't land. Their mics were way too low. Even Diaz, who usually has crying with laughter, knocked me out with a brownie story. Wow, Joe Diaz was okay. I'm really curious to hear about that. I'm really curious when Joe Diaz does his podcast. I'm curious to hear what he will say, because I guess Joe Diaz was Theo's opener for this taping of his show. Oh, brutal, man. I feel for Theo. Fucking brutal. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like he fucking shit the bed. I've seen him many times over the years. The honest truth is his heart isn't in stand-up the same way it was when he used to be. Sorry. He's gone through a lot of therapy, personal growth. Unfortunately, sanity is not always conducive to comedy. I'll take a healthy Theo any day. However, he seems more he's been filming and producing a movie, as well as really ramping up his podcast, so you can possibly have time to write new material. 10 years ago, his sets made me laugh as hard as the greats. His voice was fresh and unique. I left one set having laughed so hard the muscles in my skull ached. Would love to see him in the mood again, but I wouldn't trade it for a sobriety in 1,000 years. Huh. So this person's saying he was funny at one point, but now he isn't because he's not got the same motivation or drive, and he's not. I just don't think he's like. It could be all things, right? Maybe he's just not that funny on stage. Maybe he's not taking enough time to practice his material and write his material, and maybe he just wasn't that funny in the first place. That could also be the fact. You never fucking know. Bullshit. I can't name a single special from Theo. Huge TV fan myself, but the honest truth is his stand-up comedy game is straight up weak, and especially so compared to the podcast, which allows his quick wit and conversational style of comedy to flow. Sorry, it's not a nudge on him in the particular. I couldn't do it either. That's true. That's probably a better reflection, isn't it? He does have a conversational style of comedy. That's probably better. No, he does have a conversational style of jokes, right? Comedy joke. That's better suited to a podcast than it is to a stage. Love Theo, but the truth is his stand-up has never been strong. Strong disagree. Have you heard of his older audio? Okay. I was there too and agree, very underwhelming. I was at 9, it was rough. Theo was going through something, or maybe he was really off that night. Did he seem sober? No, okay. Fucking hell. I saw him a year ago and loved it, but the hardest, cool. What's with the woman's name who opened? Thought she was pretty good. Bonnie McFarlane. Saw the Return of the Rat in Austin 2 years ago and thought it was really great. I was at the show too and was disappointed. I was sitting right behind the guy that got kicked out. I thought it was unjustified and felt like Theo randomly picked out someone just for another reason to restart the show again. It felt inoffensive to have to restart multiple times and kind of left a weird vibe in the room. I liked his podcast much better and honestly should have not have gone because seeing him I see him different now. He seemed very stressed on stage. Fucking hell. Theo 888 absolute dog doo-doo. And people are suggesting that guy that someone got thrown out one of the tapings, and they're now suggesting that Theo was using that as a tactic to kind of, to distract people from how bad the show was. He didn't really do anything bad, but maybe Theo again is probably scared about Charlie Kirk thing and didn't take any chances, so he chucked out the person that was, mucking around and doing some shit. What? Hello, I hear all of you. People understand or try to. He's having a really tough year. You never know what's going on with someone's life, especially if you don't know them personally. Try to go light here. He needs our support more than ever. Jesus, you never see this on any other Reddit of a comedian. This is quite a nice message, actually. Let's pick him up instead of tearing him down. I flew in from Austin for both shows. We had a beautiful conversation, and he's a brilliant comedian. He's beating himself up right now. Let's not do the same here, please. He's a human, but some real fucking heavy shit going on right now. Peace and love, Molly. Okay. Fuck. People are really trying to be nice. Absolutely love the show. So I got to see him. Okay, let's move on to the other thread. This is a video, by the way. This is a video of Theo at the end of the show apologizing to the fans who came up at the end to kind of get a signature, maybe get a photo and shit. And he says something quite troubling. He says something quite troubling right at the end, which is kind of... Not too sure if he's being dramatic for the sake of it because he's stressed or whatever, but he says something very, very troubling at the end. Listen to this.
I don't know what to tell you about that, man. I'm having a long month. I'm trying not to take my own life.
I'm sorry about the taping. It's been a long month and I'm trying not to take my own life. I'm trying not to unalive myself. He says that at the end of his show, of his taping of his Netflix special yesterday, that people are saying was horrendous on Saturday, that people walked out on. One more time.
I don't know what to tell you about that, man. I'm having a long month. I'm trying not to take my own life.
Now, is he doing that thing where people trauma dump as a way to kind of cope with something like that, or do you think he actually feels that way? Don't get me wrong, I don't listen to his podcast that often, so I don't know what he's going through. Maybe he's kind of displayed some weird signs before, or is it just him trying to excuse himself, make an excuse for his lackluster performance on stage? Because that seems like a wild thing to say to people at the end of a show, innit? Like, what? Like, bro, it was a shit show, man. Just like dust yourself off and try again next time, innit? Apologize or whatever and just keep it moving. No big deal. You don't even need to apologize anyway, really and truly. People have shit shows all the time. Just come back next time and go harder, innit? I'm just trying another, like, it sounds kind of childish, isn't it, a little bit? Not to kind of dismiss whatever mental health you may be going through if it's legit, but it sounds kind of childish, no? Taking no accountability or responsibility that you fucked up. Maybe you didn't write your jokes. Maybe you didn't spend enough time doing your jokes or going up and stuff. You didn't spend enough time writing new material, performing it, whatever. And then as soon as it flops and you're faced with reality of it, it's like, I'm really stressed out. I don't want to take my... It's like, come on, bro. Come on, man. I don't know. It seems a little bit inappropriate to tell your fans who just came a long way to watch you tape your Netflix special at this fucking theater to be like, oh yeah, I'm actually, it's like, what? I don't know. It just seems a bit weird, doesn't it?
I don't know what to tell you about that, man. I'm having a long month. I'm trying not to take my own life. So
What do you think? I don't know. But that's Theo's situation there. There's some more. Theo kicks out the guy in the studio. We've seen that one already. Spoke about that too. But yeah, that's what people are saying right now. That Theo fucked up at the taping of his show at the Beacon. Pretty fucking crazy, isn't it? Pretty fucking crazy that Theo fucked up that badly at the taping of his show. And what is it called again? Where did he perform? At the Beacon Theatre, right? I think. Was it the Beacon Theatre? Where was it? Yeah, the Beacon Theatre in New York. Let's see if we can find some pictures of it actually. Beacon Theatre, New York, Instagram location. There we go. There. Let's see if we've got anything. Did someone post anything from his show? I'll be curious to know if there's any posts from his show there. Anything? If you don't mind. Cool, there you go. Let's see. Anything recently that happened? Oh no, nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's a shame. Okay, 2020. Okay, that's not the right one then. Let's go to this one. It's probably just Beacon Theatre, not the Beacon. There we go. It's Beacon Theatre. Boom. There's a location right there. Trevor Noah's performing there actually. Trevor Noah's gonna perform there too soon. Let's check out if there's anything we can see here from his taping. Maybe there's a clip or something. Oh, there's Theo right there. See? There he is right there. There's Theo. Theo was awesome. The show was fantastic. Surprised to see Joey Diaz. Okay. Some people are happy, it seems like. This girl seemed to be happy going. She seemed happy. Theo sold out. My favorite, I've never laughed so hard. I had to gasp for breath. So what's the truth then? People on the Reddit saying it was a terrible taping. Random girl on IG is saying it was the best thing ever. What the fuck happened then, huh? Interesting. I wonder who's telling the truth. Official Theo, the Beacon Theatre. There, look at the pictures of. I wonder who's trying the truth. Who's telling the truth here? Who did it? Who killed it? Who didn't kill it? Whoopsie daisy.
oh yeah, for sure. Type shit. Hold on. Oh yeah, for sure. Type shit. Hold on.
Seen? Got the ladies on there. Fair play. I don't know what happened. I wonder what happened. Okay. We're not going to play that. I wonder what happened. He's trying to figure some stuff out. Save the crime for the podcast for you. Big up Asada Z's. Big up. I always trust random girl on IG. Yeah. Why not? I always trust. Who do you trust more? Random girl on IG, random guy on Reddit. Who do you trust more? Random girl on IG, random guy on Reddit. Tell me. Tell me who you trust more. Tell me. And then where is he actually? Bear with me a second. Then I have to show you the post from Gianmarco. Where's our guy Gianmarco? There he is. John Marco had a very interesting point regarding the whole thing, just to kind of surmise the whole situation. This is what John Marco said, right? About the taping of Theo's special at the Beacon that was an absolute horror show. John Marco said, there's nothing wrong with being a podcaster, but I do think we need to start having, well, there's nothing wrong with being a podcaster, but I do think we need to start being extremely critical of anyone calling themselves a comic who can't tell jokes on stage. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. There needs to be a bit of a distinction between a comedian and a podcaster. Even a stand-up comedian, because you could probably be funny in sketches, but you're not probably going to be that funny when it comes to doing stand-up, right? I could see that being the thing. They're all probably different disciplines. You could also be good at all three, but they all require different types of skill sets. But what they do require all in all is practice. I've just got a feeling, right? Maybe this is just me speaking aloud and kind of projecting somewhat. I just got a feeling these guys don't work as hard as they say they do. I just don't buy it. I don't buy this idea that some of these guys are doing sets and reps all over the place. Rogan talks about how he records these sets and he re-listens to them and he fucking agonizes over the words and the phrasings and the punctuations and the breath control and shit. He watches a ton of old specials. He's always tweaking his work. I just don't think they work as hard as they say they do. Because if you did, you'd see it in the material. I think most stand-up comedians, let's be honest, right? In the stand-up comedy podcast world, if you had to say what their best thing is that they do, it's definitely the podcast. And most of these stand-up comedians, what do they spend their most time doing? Bitch, you guessed it, podcasting. So it's no surprise that the only thing they're good at is podcasting, because they spend the majority of their time doing podcasting, because podcasting makes them the most money. Not to blame them or anything, cast aspersion. That's just the facts of the matter. They don't spend enough time on stand-up comedy because stand-up comedy probably isn't as frequent as podcasting. The dates are always spread out. Maybe it's harder to make the money. Also, it's way harder to perform on stage than it is a fucking podcast for some people. I think it shouldn't be for most people. If you're a professional, I think you should love being on stage. But I think for some people, they do probably find it hard or difficult to perform on stage, which is why we're getting better podcasts than we are better stand-up comedy. Yo, big up LB. Yeah, that's true. Actually, let's check out Theo Von's Instagram. Actually, someone's got to tag it in here, right? Let's check out Theo's Insta. Someone will tag his Insta. There you go. There. Let's see. Of course not. No story. No. Yeah. No stories. No nothing. No stories. No nothing. Has he been tagged anywhere lately? Okay. What's that? Was that the Beacon? No, this is time ago. So yeah, no stories. No nothing. Not a story, not a nothing, not a zilch.
My mom's the
okay. Theo just
powerful bunch.
Yeah, big up all disease.
Bro set and reps is doing 10 to 15 minutes on stand-up maybe 5 times a week. That's like an hour of work. Oh no. Watching tape of that hour of stand-up takes a Goggins mentality.
It actually does. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a fucking great point. That's a fucking great point. That's so true. The hardest thing I do on this channel, I have to be honest, the hardest thing I do is what I do on Patreon, which is watching stand up, which is why I don't do that, why I'm so fucking shit at the consistency of the Patreon. The Patreon is the hardest thing that I do, because sitting down and watching a stand-up special in one sitting, watching a stand-up special in one sitting is so difficult nowadays, because they're all so shit. Like, because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes if I watch a special, I'm breaking up into bit. To be fair, most of you motherfuckers in the stream chat don't even watch specials anyway. I'm the only idiot that puts myself through that. Most of you guys are smart enough not to even watch stand-up specials, but they're so hard to get through. They are so fucking hard to get through. I'm almost of the feeling that stand-up probably is one of those rare art forms where you just have to experience it live or buzzed. I just don't think it translates well over TV. It just doesn't. Maybe I don't. I'll take that back. because I think of Def Comedy Jam and that whole era, right? Remember when everyone used to watch Def Comedy Jam? You see clips of that and shit, and you'd be dying laughing. What happened to that level? What happened to that? I know those guys are black and shit, I get it, but there was an era where the stand-up was like electric, bro. You couldn't wait to watch a special. You know what I mean? And then these guys come along, these podcasts, and they just fucking destroyed it. They literally destroyed it. Single-handedly. Rogan and Crow destroyed the art form that is stand-up comedy. Like, it's no longer funny at all. It's like, or maybe it just wasn't never. I don't know. I'm all over the place. Pick up this person's post. What does this person say? They're trying to give Theo some encouraging words. Theo, I just saw a video of you saying you had a really long month. I just want you to know you are such a light to this world. You bring so much laughter and joy. I can tell from the comments you made on your podcast, you are a real great person. You are an inspiration to many in sobriety. Wow, okay. Feel there's something, okay. Fuck, you know. That's quite nice. That's not, my mom was always been, okay. That's quite nice. I guess they're trying to make him, they don't, you know what's really funny about that post? That isn't because that person actually loves Theo. They just want more podcasts. They just want more material. They want more content. Please don't go. I really enjoy your podcast. That's the really dark part about that, you know? That person doesn't care about Theo. They're like, look, please don't go. I really like your pod. I really like your shows. I want to see you in that new movie, you know? I want to see you in new movies, more movies. It's kind of dark, man. It's kind of fucking dark. But big up Theo, man. Hopefully he gets the help he needs. Again, it's not that deep, really. You had a bad set. Dust yourself off and try again. All this fucking, I don't know, teenage girl, I'm gonna, unalive myself shit. It's just, it's a bit pathetic, to be fair, as a man. You know what I mean? It's a bit pathetic. Like, if you're gonna do it, whatever the word is, but like, stop, like, don't use it as a tool to kind of, protect yourself from criticism or shit. You'd had a bad set. For whatever reason, he had a bad set. Lick your wounds, come back again. No biggie. But, saying, look, please don't be mean to me because I might unalive myself is fucking insane thing to say at the end of the show. It's so inappropriate. You know what I mean? It's so utterly inappropriate. Like, god damn it, Theo. But hey, if he actually feels that way, he actually feels that way, I guess. If he actually feels that way, he actually feels that way. Cool. Let's get into it. T-Fat-K. I got some clips. I finally pulled my finger out and I got some clips. Let's go through these clips. The Aubrey Marcus appearance on T-Fat-K. Let's do a little clip reaction. We ain't done one of these in ages, right? First things first, though. The greatest podcast intro of all time. Big up Tim Dillon. Big up Blood Clot Tim Dillon. The greatest podcast entry of all fucking time. I don't care what you guys say. Big up Tim Dillon.
Yossi Cohen, welcome to Honestly.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, a lot of people on the internet believe that you are my boss because they believe that I am a member of the Mossad.
Oh,
but
really?
This is actually the first time that I'm meeting you, or at least as far as I know, any member of the Mossad. So I'm very excited to meet you.
I'm the first one that you've ever met, but
there might be, I might have met people.
Might be others that you know the world.
First, I want to set the table for people because the Mossad is an agency that is just shrouded in so much conspiracy and propaganda. Simple question, Yossi. What is the Mossad?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. A friend of the show, Barry Weiss, did a fascinating interview with a member of the Mossad, and she really looked into the process.
So good.
And it was incredibly interesting. So what I want to do now is I wanted to bring someone in to explore an area where I am completely clueless. I mean, completely in the dark, and I wanted somebody to kind of walk me through an area of study that I know nothing about, just like Barry did. So I want to thank you for coming, Chloe. You work at Dairy Queen.
That is true, yes.
He's so funny.
What is Dairy Queen in your mind? What is it? Because people say that they serve ice cream there, and I'm not even super sure what that is.
What's ice cream?
Yeah, what is ice cream? Like, what is it?
Oh, it's like the frozen dessert ice cream.
Like a little treat.
It is a treat, yeah.
Like a frozen kind of it's like an ice.
It's sweet. It can be soft or hard. It's chocolate, vanilla.
And those are
the flavors.
Flavors?
Yeah.
So there's different flavors of ice cream.
There's many flavors of ice cream.
So that's something interesting to know too.
Sure, yeah.
Now, what is Dairy Queen to ice cream? What do they do?
Dairy Queen, it's a pretty popular franchise here in America. I'm pretty sure it's global, actually.
So it's an ice cream store.
Sure, yeah, we're known for that. We also sell like burgers and.
So if I wanted to, I could get ice cream at Dairy Queen.
Yes.
What would be some of the ice cream varieties at Dairy? What's a fun thing people like there?
You know, some people just get the vanilla classic.
Yeah.
We do something called the Blizzard.
Now, what is that?
That I'm surprised you don't. A lot of people know about the Blizzard. It's we
Blizzard.
hold it upside down. Have you seen that?
Does it involve candy?
There's chopped candies in it.
Right.
Yeah.
This is ringing a bell to me now.
Honestly, so fucking good. So fucking good. I fucking loved it. I was dying laughing when I saw it the first time. I'm dying laughing now. If you don't like that and you're not laughing, there's something wrong with you. You don't understand comedy, okay? You don't understand comedy. You don't understand jokes. You're not part of the 250 elite assassin comedians, okay? You're not part of that group. Big up Z, lock me up then. We got Jack Donny Jr. Watch your easy laugh at this. Has me questioning something. Hey man, let me live, man. Let me live. Let me live. Let me live. Alright, cool. Next. If your fucking chin, you should be looking for another job in the background. Or at the very least, if you're chin, update your CV. If you're one of Chin's friends, if you're close to Chin, your former concubine, whatever, you should reach out to that guy and tell him to edit his CV or look for another job in the background. Because somebody from Thicc Boy just got fired, just got laid off, just got made redundant. One of the five producers over there at Thicc Boy has just got fired. If I'm Chin, I am nervous as fuck.
Okay, maybe, but have you guys discussed this at all?
No.
Okay, never mind then. Definitely not gonna talk about it now.
Okay.
Huh.
What else is going on?
I got fired. We could say that.
Oh yeah, Mark
got fired.
We all got fired.
Nice.
Would you call it fired though?
Laid off?
Mark?
Laid off.
Yeah, it's like
I
a
didn't get
layoff.
fired.
Not
I didn't do
fired.
anything wrong.
No, it's nothing. Yeah, it's not fired.
Restructuring, I guess we can classify it as.
Booted out.
Yeah, get the boot.
Fired's way better for views. We got fired viciously. It was a real falling out.
Well,
Burge
this
is
is a
brand.
views guy. I'm more like a truth guy, truth social over here.
You are.
Mark got fired. Crazy. Because he's like, I wouldn't say he's OG, but he's been around for a while. And it sounds like he wasn't expecting it either. So Brendan's reshuffling. Brendan's doing something. But it seems like he's running out of money to pay everybody. The money's not the same that it was in LA, which is interesting because I thought, and this maybe is a good example as to why I was probably correct in the first place when I said I think the main motivation for Brendan moving to Austin, Texas wasn't Rogan, it was just financial. He could get more. He could get more for his money in Texas.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up NJ. Appreciate you, bro. Chin, brush up on your ditch digging skills, big dog. If there's ever a MF that's going to be replaced by AI, it's this dude. They overuse AI already. Yeah. Have you seen the descriptions? They use AI to do the descriptions, to do the time set. It's kind of crazy. That's what they do and everything. But yeah, big up NJ. I don't know. I think Chin, I'll disagree. I think Chin, although I think he should prepare his CV and reply in the background, I don't think he'd ever gonna get fired, because I think Chin he's done enough of playing the role. Like, you know, the person that says stuff like, the person that makes a big stink about telling you how hard they've worked on something as a way to sort of like signal to you that they're working hard, but they're not really. You kind of know what I mean? I think Chin's done a good job of like priming those guys. Those guys are under the illusion that he does so much for the show, and they don't know how to do it themselves. I don't think Brendan knows how to record himself in that studio. I swear to God. I don't think if Chin was sick, I don't think Brendan could set up the mics or the cameras to record himself. I think he could do it via his laptop, right? Just record a video. But I don't think Brendan knows how to record himself in that studio. So I think Chin, having all that knowledge, has made himself indispensable. He's the linchpin. So I think because of that alone, he probably won't get fired. But if I'm Chin and I've recently moved to Texas, for Brendan and the firing the kid, I'm nervous with this news. This would make me really nervous. DSP voice. This would make me really fucking nervous, because, you'd think producers in the Thicc Boy universe are protected species, but I don't know. If I was Chin, I'd be fucking nervous. But I'm also questioning to myself, why the fuck do they need 5 producers? All 5 of these people on screen, before today, right? Or before yesterday, all 5 of those people on that screen, you could describe as being producers. Before Mark got fired, all 5 of these guys were deemed as producers of Thicc Boy, Tiger, The Fire and the Kid, The Golden Hour, whatever. They were producers. Why the fuck do you need 5? I think you could have 2 people working across 2 pods, 3 pods, 4 pods. You don't need 5 people. So obviously Brendan was, spending money for spending money's sake. They didn't need that many people working on the shows in the first place, but you're meant to be living in Texas now, where you're meant to be saving money and making more money. I wonder if actually the money across the border has gone down, and maybe Texas money isn't hitting the same as it was in LA. Or maybe you're just not getting the same amount of money you was in LA because the podcast isn't as popular anymore. But either way, Mark from Thicc Boy, Mark from Golden Hour, Mark from The Fire and the Kid, behind the scenes guy, has been let go, restructured, whatever. You could tell from the clip as well, it was kind of a weird atmosphere when he said it. Kind of felt a bit strange. There was that gap, and like, so what else has happened? They all kind of know what the elephant in the room is, but no one wants to say nothing. And of course, Mark offered it up. Yeah, I've been let go, or whatever. But yeah, huge news in the fucking Bappaverse. One of the producers has been fired. This might be the start of more fucking firings. This might be the start of more firings. I'll watch it one more time. Do a move.
Call me at Real Nick Davis.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe, but have you guys discussed this at all?
No.
Okay, never mind then.
Now, Mark is this dude. This is Mark here. Mark is the guy. Sorry, I was going to say. Mark is the guy with the white t-shirt. Mark's the guy with the beard. White guy with the beard, white t-shirt, and the hat. This is Mark right here. Bottom left. That's Mark.
Definitely not gonna talk about it now.
Okay.
Huh.
What else is going on?
I got fired. We could say that.
Oh yeah, Mark
I
got fired. We all got fired.
Nice.
Would you call it fired though?
Laid off.
Mark?
Laid off.
Yeah, it's like
I
a
didn't get
layoff.
fired.
Not
I didn't do
fired.
anything wrong.
No, it's nothing. Yeah, it's not
Restructuring,
fired.
I guess we can classify it as.
Booted out.
Yeah, get the boot.
Fired's way better for views. You got fired viciously. Yeah. It was a real falling out.
Well,
Bird
this is
a
a views guy. I'm more like a truth guy, truth social over here.
You are.
Follow me at Real Nick Davis.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Look at Uche's man. Look at Uche's man. To be fair, right? Honestly, to be fair, having been fired and having been let go because of restructuring or the company going bankrupt, I can comfortably say it doesn't make it better. Whether you get fired because you did something wrong or because no one likes you or whatever, and whether you get let go because of a company restructure, it all sucks. It all fucking sucks. One day you walk in, you have a job. By the end of the day, you realize you don't have a job. Sucks. Shitty feeling, horrible feeling, not good. So there is no good thing here. There is no good thing. But yeah, there was a clip. Big up. Who said it in the stream chat? Someone said it here. Who said it? Big up Z. Big up Z. That guy was basically explaining to them what to do since they haven't been looking for a job. Yes, exactly. And I think I saw that in the Unique clip. Unique made a really longer clip of it. But I think in the Unique clip, he was giving them advice on, you know, how to fucking sort out their resumes and shit. And I got the feeling, I think Z maybe echoed the same thing. They weren't really bothered. They weren't really paying attention to him. You know what I mean? They were kind of acting like it wasn't. I don't know. The way the room was reacting to him, giving them advice about, you know, how to look for jobs and shit. It didn't sound like any of them had ever thought about it, which blows my mind. It blows my mind. Like none of these guys have sat there and thought to themselves, what if this Texas thing doesn't work out? What if Brendan and Brian can't afford to keep the lights on for all of this place and we all get fucked? Because if it's me, I'm thinking that. Aren't you guys thinking that? Like, these guys have never, I don't know, whenever a company restructures, moves to another location, like, I'd be worried. Like, why are they not like at least a bit curious, nervous, worried? I don't know, whatever the word is. Like, they're not even thinking about it. Zero. They're not preparing for it. They just kind of let it go, you know. Whatever comes when it comes. And I don't really understand that. Because my antennas would be on. My antennas would be fucking right up the moment Brenda decides to move to Austin, Texas. I'd be probably looking for a job already. Don't get me wrong. To be fair to Chin, he was looking for a job, right? We heard that. Not through the great. How do we find out about Chin looking for a job again? I don't know. How do we find that out? Was it him saying it inadvertently? But anyway, I got the feed. No, somebody mentioned it on the Reddit. That's it. Someone on the Reddit. Again, we have to believe somebody in Reddit. But someone on the Reddit said that they know somebody that knows Chin, and he was looking for a job. That's why he was kind of stalling, looking for a place. That's why he got the place last minute. Somebody on Reddit kind of leaked that information. So Chin was aware and was making edits, and you can tell by Chin's overall demeanor and the things he's been talking about. He's not that happy in Texas. I think he admitted himself, right? He doesn't really have any friends over there. He's kind of, you know, he's kind of feeling it. All his friends in LA, especially these like podcast friends. So at least Chin is conscious and aware of what may happen, what may transcribe if, I don't know, somebody gets arrested someday. I don't know, whatever. The rest of them weren't that really prepared, and it was quite weird to me to witness. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, absolutely crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Big up Z, Rich Dudes, just to get Brand comes here, start over for something new. Like, hey, yo, big up Stoic Savage, Wagwan G. Brandon needs to hit that Jesus grift. There's serious money to be made from the Bible bashers talking about. Yeah, for sure, but I don't think he's. Brendan's not sincere enough, not earnest enough to do that, I don't think. Or vulnerable enough, really. You have to have a level of, like, even if it's fake vulnerability, you have to have a little bit of, like, tenderness and willingness to kind of bare your soul and be on. Like, he just doesn't have it. He has too much of an ego. He's too thin. He couldn't do it. But if he did decide to go like Bible, baseball dad, Christian guy thing, I think it would work out for him. But I don't think he has it in him to kind of tap into that. He doesn't have it in him to tap into that, because fundamentally he doesn't believe there's anything wrong with him, you know. At his fundamental core level, Brendan thinks he's perfect, so I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. Let's move on. Actually, you know, we should play talking about money. There's a video actually that I never played here from Unique. Let's play that Unique. There's a Unique video that I want to play. Wait, I think they talk about money. Let's talk about that one, and then we can watch some other stuff. I think there's one about money that someone said I should watch, but I never actually got around to watching it. Big up Unique. You can big up fucking Unique with BGL. There's a BGL video where he says how much they get paid, isn't it? Which one is it? We haven't watched it. Where they said something about they're getting paid. There we go. Here, about how much they get paid. I don't know if I believe this, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if I fucking believe this. Let's see. I don't know if I believe this. BGL, aka Mark Harley, exposes how much Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen pays Brian Callen his producers.
Oh, my bad.
Salary over 100K.
God damn.
Which is crazy.
Allegedly.
Yep.
That's true.
What did you just
100K
say?
Plus. I know.
Oh, his salary. Yeah.
Years ago, he negotiated 100K because he found out that Jamie on Joe Rogan makes $1 million a year.
Oh,
no fucking way. No fucking way. You guys are right. So Chin only recently negotiated that 100K salary. And even that's not that good anyway. For LA and for what he does at the time anyway. He only recently got to 100K. So before he was paid 100K, how much was he on before? Brendan was paying that guy 50K. Oh my god. Oh my god. Brendan is a piece of shit, man. Wow. Wow. You know there's bad people, right? You know there's bad people that exist. Like, I prefer the person who's like a dick. Like, some of you know them. You might be these people, right? But there are some people who are dicks to everyone else, but to their close family and friends, they do anything for them. They'll give them the clothes off their back, their last fucking fiver. You know what I mean? Let them sleep. You know what I mean? They hold them down. I think you should be that person. But being the person who's a dickhead to like the people closest to you, you scum over the ones helping you out. You scum over the ones holding you down. You underpay people that legitimately hold up your whole fucking company, infrastructure and shit. That says more about him than anything. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying he should be paid $1 million, right? Like young Jamie allegedly does. But surely Chin's salary when he's living in LA should be in accordance to whatever the average is for a podcast producer living in LA, and maybe also according to maybe, you know, what do you call it, the cost of living over there. But that's a crazy thing to find out, that Chin only recently, as of a few years ago, got the negotiated for his pay to be 100 grand. So what was he getting before? 50, 30 even? Fucking hell, bro. That is insane. Yeah, Stevie M, 30K for free balconies doesn't add up. Chin's bro was helping out. 100% he was. 100% Chin's brother was definitely stepping in there. 2 balconies in LA is less than 100K is insane, exactly. No, but to be fair, BGL didn't say recently. I think BGL said a few years ago. So maybe Chin got his salary adjusted. That's when he got the free apartments. You know? That's when he got the balcony with the free balconies. You know? Maybe that's what he's saying. Because that would make sense. Because I do remember there was another crib he was staying in that looked a lot more like a hostel. Do you guys remember that one? I think that might be the one where he was eating the fucking horrible fucking menudo taco. I think there was an apartment that he was staying in that looked a lot like a prison, like a hotel. Then he suddenly glowed up and got that one with the free balconies. So most likely he did get that salary bump back then. So I think BGL's story checks out if you make that kind of correlation. Fuck. Big up Don Dota. Sadly, Chin is underpaid 100K. Really? Is he? Let's find out. Big up Don Dota. Is that true? What is the average salary for a podcast producer in LA? What does Gemini say? Whoa. No, Don Dota's right. Don Dota is right. Oh my god. The average salary for a podcast producer in Los Angeles is approximately £133,128 per year. Though the salary is based on experience and employer. For example, some companies show salary ranges between 60,000 over 140. So definitely Chin was on this. Chin was definitely on 60K before. I bet you Chin was on 60K. And then Chin had to sit Brendan down for a meeting to get him to give him 100K. And even that, you probably had to pull some teeth out. Oh, man. Brendan's a piece of shit, man. How you treat people like Chin says something about you. I'm not going to lie. Because you know you can get away with it because Chin's a little bit of a redact. Not to be offensive to him, you know. He comes across a little bit like, you know. So you know you can get away with it, someone like a Chin. But if you go out of your way to not try and fuck something like that over, I know you're a good person. But if you do fuck them over, I know you're a bad person. The pay rate is roughly $64 per hour. The typical range falls between $133,600 and $135,800. The average annual salary is around $133,000. Fuck. Yo, Chin got fucked, didn't it? I fucking Chin. Okay. Fucking. Is it really? Really? 60K is peanuts. What? Really? What's the cost of living in LA? What's the cost of living in LA? I don't know. What is the cost of living in LA? Fuck. Really? The single no fucking way. You guys are so right on this chat. I got to listen to you guys more often. The cost of living in Los Angeles is significantly higher than the US average. It's largely due to expensive housing. A single person can expect the average monthly expenses of $3,277 to $3,437, with the most significant cost being rent, which can range between $1,461 to a private room to $4,092 for a 2-bedroom apartment. Wow. You guys are so fucking right. Is there a possibility, my dear stream chat, is there a possibility that Chin also moved to Texas because he couldn't afford living in LA anyway? Is that possible? Is that possible that Chin is kind of like tied to T-Fat-K, to Thicc Boy, to Brendan? He's tied to them anyway. He can't leave because he can't really afford to go anywhere else because he's probably not sure he's going to get another job, and because he doesn't have any money and there are people paying him. And he can't afford to live anywhere else. Or he kind of, you know what I mean? Like he's kind of tied, he's kind of tethered to Thicc Boy. God almighty. Okay, I see what you mean. Big up Game Boy. That's a good point. Yeah, exactly. AZ bro, 65 grand is like 48,000 here. Yeah, that's a good point. 48,000 ain't gonna get you nowhere. Especially with his lifestyle, innit? Like 60K poverty line for a family of 5 maybe. I don't think he got a raise. I think they gave him shares. Big up Miles Broom. Jesus, you don't think he got paid? This is kind of sad. I don't like this sort of stuff because I've been fucked over, man. I've been fucked over a lot for pay in jobs and stuff. I hate this stuff that does something to me, man. This stuff really touches me. You know, this stuff really fucking gets me when I hear this sort of shit. I hate stuff like this, man. And Brendan and Chin, they're not even colleagues. They're like boys. They're brothers. He's been with Brendan from the beginning, and he couldn't do him a solid and give him a nice little deal. Make sure he's looked after and shit. Just pay him well. That's your friend, man. They're not business partners and colleagues. And do you know what I mean? They're friends. Like, fuck. Anyway, let's go back to the video. That's so disappointing to hear, man.
It's reasonable because it's like, well, if your boss is making
allegedly, that's hilarious.
$100 million a year.
You heard it here.
You can't throw $1 million my way.
I'm gonna go to the sink real quick. Jamie, basically in poverty in Austin there.
Yeah, exactly.
$1 million. Interesting.
What the fuck is Mark talking about? Effort? I don't know what that means. Will Sass was watching. What's the guest on it for today?
He called Marin a cook.
Yeah,
and like
I feel like this is an overused word these days. It's like people say liberal cuck. It's like
I've said that.
Brendan, I heard from a girl that you fucked that you like to hear. You know, you got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get during sex. He would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you've ever had."
Oh my god!
I was like, Blah, like I can't unhear that. Blah, you know, like, this is Schaub's sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that?
Huh?
Like the Dalia thing, you know, like they're just finding out. Wait, women say what you tell them to say during sex.
Snapchat has a
shit.
Yeah.
Hold on, we gotta stop the pod. I need to call.
Mark, thoughts on Slojo being the most superficial person.
Can you get
ever?
Rob back on the phone? Get your lawyer. I need to threaten some lawsuits here. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it to other people. So.
Can you screenshot that?
That's bad, dude.
Fuck it. Somebody just asked me a question. Oh, what are my thoughts on Slojo? Yeah, she's in person. What I thought was funny about this, her portrayal in The Grio Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah,
and like
goddamn rattlesnake,
hot tempered and this and that. It's like, if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
Oh, really?
Superficial,
spicy,
like,
though.
but you know, she's like, well, wannabe Kim Kardashian, right? Like,
okay.
does Kim Kardashian seem mean and nasty? You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
no,
she's very polite and conscientious and sweet, and like now Schaub will, like, privately he'll complain about her, like, oh, we get into arguments and this and that. And I'm like, well, yeah, like anybody who doesn't buy into your like stupid worldview, you're gonna have arguments with. So
sure,
like,
I would imagine that she's more like not accurately portrayed by Schaub for sure. There's no way he's like describing her accurately.
No,
crop out the ugly.
No. Yeah, I know for a fact he's accusation. She's a real rat. He told me how, like, because there's a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies and send back, and then the reveal is, we're in a group chat, dumbass. And he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like,
oh yeah, you told us this before.
Yeah. Oh, it was the opposite.
There's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or a like reversing of the victim and the offender.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care about that stuff. Just make the joke funny. I don't care if it's not true or not. Unpopular opinion. I don't care if Joanna never said that. Just make the joke funny. Really, I don't care in comedy about all that stuff. I don't really give a fuck. Is it funny or not? Simple as that, really. I assume most stuff you're saying on stage is a lie. Personally, I assume most of it's a lie. Is it funny? Yes or no?
I'm fast. Or sorry,
let's call it what it is.
Darbo.
40 chess.
Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess with
40
Mary.
chess. Yeah.
Callen get paid for being on the.
My understanding from Brendan, which again, take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like Thicc being around at the Thicc Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads and stuff like that. Callen shows up, does his job, and gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25,000. Brian Callen gets $25,000 from Thicc. No wonder they don't stop doing it, innit? No wonder he turns up there with just barely awake energy and still does the show. $25K for that mid-ass performance, that mid-ass pod. 25. If Brian Callen's getting 25, how much is Brendan getting? If Brian's getting 25K, could you imagine how much Brendan is pocketing from that pod? They just keeps to himself, doesn't say a thing, just shh. He just like siphons that off into his pocket, you know? That is wild. That is wild. You're able to give, I don't know. But it does explain a lot. It explains why Brendan does the pod still. It explains why Brendan does the pod. It explains why Brian puts up with it still. It explains it. That money's too good to turn down. Based on how shit the show is. They film it what? Twice a week? They do a Patreon, 1 hour more per day on the days that they stream, right? It's a pretty decent gig for only having to work, let's say a total. They may both work a total on Thicc, maybe 10 hours a week, maybe less than that. They might work 10 hours per week in total. 25K. That's fucking insane, bro. Could you imagine how much money they were making at their pomp in their heyday when podcasting was at its peak, when the bubble hadn't burst yet? Could you imagine how much money Thicc was making at that time? When Brendan was in the Rogan's Inner Circle, when Callen was doing stand-up, when Callen was on the fucking Joker movie. Could you imagine how much money that podcast was making? And now, not so much. But then I also think that probably is the reason why someone like that guy, Mark, or whatever his name is, got fired. The many people need to stay. Their salaries need to get paid. So someone has to get a chop. Someone has to get the chop to afford us to be able to pay fucking Brian Callen. But 25K a month is fucking insane for Brian Callen. He's number one, he's not worth that. I don't think so. Number two, that show is not worth that. But this is a crazy podcast world, isn't it? Once you've been grandfathered in, it's almost impossible to lose money or to go broke or to fucking fuck it up. It's almost impossible once you're grandfathered in like these guys. Callen needs it for the alimony. Exactly. How much is Callen's alimony again? Is it like 20 grand? What is it again? Brian Callen alimony. Let's see. Brian Callen alimony. What is it again? There's a TMZ article of that, isn't it? There you go. Oh, 20k a month. This is the original TMZ article. The actor known for The Hangover finalized his divorce with Amanda Humphries early this month, according to the docs. Amanda gets the Santa Monica crib worth 3.4. She also gets to keep a Lexus GX 460. What's that actually? Is that nice? New Lexuses are pretty ugly. What's this Lexus look like? Oh really? Decent whip. Decent whip that. Brian will pay Amanda 11 grand every month in spousal support and 8,500 a month in child support for their 2 kids. So, and I think child support payments stop after, when do child support payments stop? I think 18, right? When do child support payments stop? Is it 18? Oh, 16. Okay, so he's not paying child support anymore then, isn't it? That's pretty sweet. So he's not paying child support anymore, but he is paying alimony, it seems like. Because I think alimony lasts, spousal support lasts forever, doesn't it, no? Or until you die, doesn't it? When does spousal support end? When does spousal support payments end? Is it when the person dies? When a court order specified end date is reached, either party dies or the recipient remarries into a civil partnership. Rotted. Imagine being a new wife and Brian's paying his old wife money. Imagine how that must feel. Fucking hell. So Brian is probably pocketing that whole. So that's pretty decent then. That's not bad. That's not bad. Obviously he was paying a lot at the time, but now that both kids are over 16. No more child support. No more fucking child support, at least. What you got saying here? BGO was as a shady character when he was with Brendan. Exactly. That's the thing. People don't big up young Felipe. That I don't want to. You know, man, don't want to go back too much into the whole BGO thing, innit, right? But I remember, man, I was on that Reddit at the time. I was on the Reddit. I saw how he was wilding out. I remember the fucking podcast clips of him warring people on the Reddit, calling people out, standing, like writing essays about Brendan, defending his honor. Like, you know what I mean? And then to kind of fall out of him in this way and expose all of his dirty secrets. Like, it's kind of wild. I'm not gonna, don't get me wrong, Brendan is a dumb for even letting BGO come into his inner circle and be his close friend. But BGO as well has got to look himself a little bit sideways, bro. Like, you were all in on Team Thicc Boy. BGO was all in on Team Thicc Boy. BGO was down for the cause. To suddenly then change your tune the way that he did. Okay. Oh yeah, look at the state. Sorry. That's what I was sorry. My bad. Yeah, you got a good point there, Ason. When do child support payments stop in LA? 18. Okay, cool. That's what. Okay, there you go. There we have it. Big up, Ason. Okay, there we go. In some places it's 16, but in LA it's 18 or 19. So he's definitely still paying it, because I think he said, didn't Callen recently say his daughter? He bought his. I think maybe his daughter might be 18 now. She might be 18, 17, 18. But the son is definitely not over 16 yet, or not over 18 for sure. So he's probably still paying child support now. He's still having to fork out 20 grand a month to his old wife, to his former wife. Sorry. Speaking of kids, Brian and Amanda will share legal custody and have hammered out visitation rights. But fucking hell, 20,000 a month. That's what it costs you to be single. 20,000. You want to go live a new life? 20,000, mate. Shit. Okay. And also another interesting point here to make, by the way, I forgot to say. I didn't realize that at the time, but I'm reading it now. Brian Callen's ex-wife was the one that filed for divorce, not Brian. I remember there's an episode where after the divorce got announced in the public, he was like, "Hey, this will be good for you, good for your stand-up. You'll be free." But he wasn't the one that filed for divorce, you know? Anyway, let's move on. What else we got here? Cool. Yeah, let's Brian Callen says the quiet part aloud. He says the quiet part aloud. Now, this is an interesting clip because this for me is a representation, an example of the shitty way these guys see friendship. You know, the shitty way these podcasters, these comedians view their friendships, and how essentially their friendships, if they're not monetized, they don't make sense. But interesting part here in the beginning of this episode with Aubrey Marcus. A very, very interesting little clip here.
We're talking about longevity,
assassinations.
We're talking about all kinds of stuff. Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know, bro.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids.
Well,
I got kids.
Yeah, Ob didn't have kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we did talk.
I don't like that, by the way. Orb doesn't have kids. So because he doesn't have kids, he can hang out more, but you can't hang out.
On the phone though, that one time.
We did talk on the phone and we texted.
Which for men, you know,
that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It's a big
phone call.
That's exactly.
I mean,
so Brian Callen said the only way they can be friends and talk is if they're doing business. If there's no business being done, it's hard to meet up your friends. You know what's really odd about that? Us regular people, you and I, regular civilians, right? The donuts on the streets that don't get comedy. We can work full-time jobs. We can sometimes work 2 jobs, and we have time to not only look after our household, visit our family members, but also hang out with our friends. So how do these people who have a life that they can kind of call their own shots, make their own timetables, they probably, like I said before, I think Brennan and Brian might work max when it comes to Thicc Boy, Thicc Boy, the Fighter and the Kid sort of enterprises. I think they both probably work a maximum of 10 hours a week. And when I mean work, I mean like do stuff for the podcast, whether it's sitting down in front of a camera or whether it's doing stuff behind the scenes. I'm gonna be generous and say I think they work 10 hours a week. They work 10 hours a week and they don't have time to hang out with their friends. Then what's the point? In my opinion, what's the point? What's the point of working for yourself, having your own business, if you don't have the flexibility, if you don't have the option, if you don't have the possibility of seeing your friends when you want to see your friends, because you can kind of change your schedule on a whim to fit whoever's schedule is more restrictive. I don't buy that in the slightest. If anything, this says more about how they view their friendships. It's just monetary based. If it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. Why would I bother hanging out with you for free if I can hang out with you and get something from it? That's essentially what they're saying. It's all very, very transactional, which is kind of wild, but at least he admitted it and said it aloud without really realizing what he was saying. You know, it's kind of an insane comment to make, not gonna lie. Kind of an insane comment to make, but are we surprised? Of course we're not. Yo, big up Josie too, big up for that information. That's awesome there. He could also be in the hook for college and maybe health insurance until 25, maybe 26. Jesus. Okay, cool. So it's not just the 18. It could go on and on and on. Fucking hell. Big up Big Booth. People that have kids love to act like they have some time. They have no time for anything outside of that. Exactly. I firstly think, right, this is just my thing. It's same goes for wife guys. I think guys who talk too much about something are usually full of shit. If you're a dude and you constantly talk about your kids and how great of a dad you are, you're probably a shitty dad. If you're a wife guy and you constantly talk about your wife and you bring her up at every fucking moment and you bring her around every time you're with your boys, you're probably a serial cheater or abuser. Guys who do that are usually overcompensating. So the dudes who always mention their kids and how much harder it is not to hang out, you probably don't even pay attention to your kids when you're home. Type person that's always on their phone, on their computer, locked in their fucking study or their fucking man cave. Like, you're always saying you're always talking about your kids, but you don't even hang out with your own kids. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you a voice note guy?
No, I hate them.
Yeah, they're long.
Yeah.
That's tough. But sometimes they're necessary.
Yeah.
But then I often read the transcript.
Yeah, I do
So it just
too.
kind of comes.
Y'all usually read the transcript instead of listening to it, and the spelling's all off. Like,
yeah.
Christ,
Sometimes
dude.
it's.
Oh, really, Brendan? As soon as he mentioned transcripts, you also do the same thing? It's almost as if like you're a Mr. Me Too in it. I love that, innit? Aubrey mentions, oh yeah, I just read the transcripts, and Brendan also, yeah, oh, I also do that too. Really? Why didn't you mention that then? Before I mentioned it. Oh, fucking hell. Anyway, let's move on. Brendan Schaub doesn't think Jake Paul can become a cruiserweight boxing champion, plus Aubrey glazes Jake Paul. Now, I didn't know this beforehand, but Aubrey Marcus and Jake Paul are good friends. I don't even know how old Aubrey Marcus is. I find all that LA friendship weird. Aubrey Marcus age. How old is he? How old is this guy? 44. How old is Jake Paul? 20. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, Aubrey and Jake Paul are best friends somehow, right? I don't know how, but whatever, you know. 44 and 28 is fucking insane. But Aubrey Marcus and Jake Paul are best friends. And yeah, Brendan doesn't think Jake Paul can become a cruiserweight champion. Aubrey does, and they have a little back and forth convincing session thing.
Yeah.
Cool. Well,
one thing the AI is cool for is I just popped open my Instagram last night before I was going to bed, and I saw Jake at this kind of weigh-in with Gervonta.
Yeah.
And then immediately like romantic music plays and they start making out.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Someone said to me, goes, this can get Brian 100, because Brian knows false AI. They said to me, like, this can get Brian 100%.
And I was like, that's how.
Yo, big up Big Booth. The reality is people don't bother with friendships unless they're convenient. It's the harsh reality. No, you're right. Big Booth, you're 100% right. But the problem that I have with these guys, and it's just, you know, it's not really a problem. I don't really care that deeply about it. Don't get me wrong. But it's what they talk about. They make it seem as if their friends are the most important part of their lives, right? They sometimes talk about their friends a bit more, or in more glowing words, glowing terms than they do their own family, you know? Like Brendan being a good example. Brendan talks more glowingly, more warmly about Rogan does his own dad, you know? Like he loves Rogan to bits. So it's funny when they talk about that, but then in the reality, they're not really friends, are they? They're just podcast friends. They're not really friends. I don't even think Rogan even knows how many kids Brendan has, or let alone their names, you know? So this whole thing about them being friends, it's not really true. But they act like they're all just this one big group of friends hanging out, giving each other help and coming to each other's podcasts. Like, not really. As soon as these guys became inconvenient, let's say, as soon as these guys became a distraction, as soon as these guys became radioactive because of Brian Callen's rape allegations and Brendan being a bit of a douchebag, look how quickly everyone ran away from them, you know? Where's the friendship? If they were real friends, they would have stuck by them, but they didn't because it wasn't convenient for them anymore. But they act like they are like that, you know. That's the thing that's really funny to me, anyway, at least.
You fucking use AI.
That's really funny.
It's funny.
Is that gonna be a real fight? Did you say it was an exhibition?
It's an exhibition.
Yeah.
How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yeah.
I'm with Dane.
That eye roll thing is so weird.
Fight? Did you say it was an exhibition?
It's an exhibition.
Yeah.
How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yeah.
I need to get that. I need to get that one more time. Let me see if I can get
Is that going to be a real fight? Did you say it was an exhibition?
Exhibition. How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yeah.
There we go. I needed that. I needed that. Him just thinking about Jake Paul and then he coming in his punts, coming in his punties. He's about to bust. Big up Big Booth. I moved an hour away and noticed how many people didn't want to hang out anymore. It was quite eye-opening. You know what's really funny about that? You know what's worse than that? I'll give you one more that's worse than that. When you realize the friends aren't really maybe your friends. You know what's worse than that? What's worse than that is when you live in an area that isn't the cool place. Like imagine there's a downtown in your area. All your friends live downtown. All your friends live next to the cool bars, the cool restaurants, the cool shops. but you don't live downtown. You live a little bit, out of the way. And they always tell you to come and meet them in their downtown cribs because their houses are next to the bars and the restaurants. But they never...
Powerful bunch.
Big up Soresi.
That face. When you install the Kibitek but the King Shogs keeps flipping.
Yeah. Exactly. Kibitek. Big up Soresi. But your friends never come to visit you in your apartment. That's the brutal one. And that is the real brutal one. When you're always having to go to visit them, they don't come to visit you. And in the moment you stop going to visit them downtown, they just stop calling you. They just stop giving a fuck. When you're all up on their bumper, when you're always available, when you're always popping by or in the area when you're not really, you just want to hang out, so you purposely stay around the area to kind of, be always available, they're fine to hang out with you. They're happy, they're ecstatic that you're there. The moment you stop going there and kind of try and make a stand and suddenly no one wants to be around you anymore.
I'm with Dana when he was on Impulsive, and he's like, dude, you and your brother fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, fight people your fucking size, man.
It is.
I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis, Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? But I just don't. For Jake, and he has this, it appears, you'd know better than most, he has like this
appears
yearning for whatever reason. He wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just...
Why is Brendan perturbed or confused by Jake Paul's supposed insistence on he get some respect, acceptance from the boxing community, when he did the same thing with stand-up? He wasn't just happy being this guy that finagled his way to a special with Showtime in 2 years. He always mentioned how much he wanted to get respect. He wanted to other community. Maybe towards the end he changed his mind, but in the beginning he was very much on that thing of like, yeah, I want to be recognized as a proper stand. I want proper stand to respect me, regardless of how I came about it, regardless of how I got on my journey, how I'm getting to this particular destination. I want their respect because, I respect them. So it's weird that he doesn't understand why somebody would want to be respected by the greats, by the gatekeepers, by the experts within their chosen area of expertise. Like, why wouldn't you?
Well, that's 100% in his sights.
Yeah,
but in the
my
meantime,
thing is like, this is pushing that further and further, because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going.
Well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it still got him ranked, actually, because that was a legit sanctioned fight. Yeah. He beat this guy. He ended up number 14 on a cruiserweight list. I think that's what happened, but he got ranked with that. But then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question, how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind, has a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And and like that. So he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention.
Meanwhile, he's getting better as a boxer.
Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. But there's no doubt that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get.
Why don't you get about somebody wanting? And again, I'm just confused because you would think with Brendan being the master, being the king of not staying in his own lane, right? He kind of refuses to stay in his lane. He's always wanting to jump on different things, have different interests, completely change his personality based on what he's interested in, by the way. Look how he looks right now. Look at how he's dressed right now, right? He's now into cars. He's different completely. He's not wearing fancy trainers. He's not wearing jerseys anymore. He's not wearing crazy loud pants as much as he was in the past. So he's somebody that's kind of, learned to adapt and to change. I'm just surprised that somebody that's done that in their lives has no concept or understanding why somebody else, like a Jake Paul, is trying to evolve, come out of being a content creator, come out of being a YouTuber, come out of being basically a bit of a cunt, pain in the ass, right? Jake Paul before was a bit annoying. He was a bit of a scumbag. People didn't used to like him. Now people dislike his brother Logan Paul more than him. Jake Paul's basically keeping it under, he's been chill. He just fights really for the most part. He doesn't even do any drama on social media as much. But Brendan can't get behind that. I find that odd. Like, you'd think Brendan would see himself a lot. You'd think Brendan would see a lot of himself in Jake Paul, more so than Logan. But he doesn't really, he almost seems like he doesn't get it. And he's also talking from a point of view as if like he's some expert in boxing. Like he has any say so, like his cosign is somewhat worthy or like noteworthy or relevant or needed. Brendan's not, you know what I mean? He's no expert in boxing. He barely knows what he's talking about when it comes to the UFC. And he was a professional in the UFC. So let alone the boxing, who cares? Well, yeah, it's a thing. But you think he'd be more understanding, but I guess not.
Jake, fuck being legit in boxing. Fuck being the cruiserweight champion. 'Cause I think that's going to be more.
They're glazing Jake Paul. They're glazing Jake Paul, Stevie. They're glazing Jake Paul.
More difficult than he thinks. Just keep doing the circus.
All right, so let me tell
Keep
you,
making the money in the circus.
Jake's one of my best friends. Like, I know him. I've been in ceremony with him.
He's been at all his fights.
All his fights. I go to his.
Just so we're clear, this can sound like some fucking black magic.
By the way, notice how often Brendan interrupts. This is a running theme throughout the entirety of these clips I've got to show. I've got like 40 more to show you. Notice how often Brendan just interrupts and talks over people. It's pretty wild. Like, it's actually insane that he's got friends. Like, if it was me, like, can you let me come and fucking finish the sentence, please? Can you let me come to finish my thought? Is that possible? He always just gets involved like this. Like, he's explaining things to, like, we get what's going on here. Let Aubrey, he's a pretty well-spoken guy. He can speak for himself. He doesn't need you to interpret for him, please. Or translate for him, sorry.
Usually me and Ob talk before the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right, 3 for 3?
Yeah, like, no, 6 for 6.
When we talked
3 of the times we saw so we'll go into
3 for 3. No, 6 for 6. Now shut the fuck up and let me speak.
meditations together and breath work, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours, and they're going to be on all fours. And that was in the Mike Perry fight. And there's that picture that comes right out where he gets knocked down, and he goes, you can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Mm-hmm. And it's happened. So I don't know what the fuck that is.
Me and I would talk, and he'll tell me, and then I'll watch him. I'll call him like,
it's great. I mean, it's,
again, interrupting. Shut the fuck up, man. Let me finish the conversation. God, man.
That's not what I'm doing. It's just a blessing that kind of comes to us. But what I can say is he treats these like world championship fights. Like, he's going in and training, and his team is dialed, and they're training. And I really like how he does it, because it's so serious, but also so relaxed. Like, right before the Tyson fight, we're front row. I'm there. We do the breath work, the meditation. Things are serious. I go back in right before his walkout, and they're all dancing. They're all dancing. Like, he has a way of dealing with pressure that I think actually is one of his biggest advantages.
And I think that's since he was like 6. There's been a camera in his face, and he deals with the naysayers, the attention, anybody that has anything to say. He
knows the game.
It's like he knows the game, but he also knows, like, good or bad, they're talking about him. Yep. Like, because I told you, because when I worked the Logan Paul Floyd Mayweather, and I was the Logan Paul expert for Showtime, I'm in his dressing room, and they're having a good time. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? They're like playing music, and Logan was like, hey, we talked to my dad. He's super nervous. And I was like, what? I've never met the guy.
That's my role. I talked to Pam, and I talked to Greg, and
because the parents are nervous.
The parents are nervous.
My thing about Jake,
Logan and Jake are like,
I think what people don't realize.
Logan goes, I've already won.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, hey, no. He goes, not very won. He goes, dude, I'm a fucking YouTuber fighting Floyd Mayweather. He goes, we've already won. I was like, you're awesome.
And that's why I think he performed at the best of his ability, in that fight. Like, he was never going to beat him, but he did the best that Logan could do. And I think that's because their mindset is in the right place. And I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question. Why is Jake doing this?
I don't.
Big up Aubrey Marcus having to circle back on his own on the question himself. Big up A. Martinez.
Brent fought over the heel old fighters, same as Jake.
Yep. Exactly true. But good point. Good fucking point. He should have more like empathy, consideration, understanding for Jake's position. They basically did the same thing. Exactly. Big up A. Martinez.
Get it?
Jake's
No,
doing
I get
this
the money thing
because he's got plenty of money.
I know.
And so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him
alive
on the path. Yeah, on the path
get it.
where he's not
alive. Not alive, you fucking idiot. Driven. Alive. Just because you want to blow your head out. Oh no, I can't say that. I'll get banned again. But you know what I mean. You know. Sorry, I take that back, YouTube. Please don't end my stream. I take it back.
off the rails because he has everything available to him.
Yeah.
He just bought like this crazy ranch in Georgia that has all of the coolest things in the fucking world, and he's got a beautiful place in Puerto Rico, an incredible wife to be. He's got all the money, but he needs something dangerous.
Yeah.
So that he stops drinking, he starts getting dialed in, he gets super focused.
I understand that.
He's very smart about that because
he knows
I don't
he needs
think
it for
people
himself.
realize what it takes to show up at a gym and spar and get hit in the head all the time. That's very uncomfortable, painful, dangerous, causes all kinds of issues. It's really hard to train well as a boxer. It's really fucking hard. I think you never know what's going to happen every day. And I think he's sparring real dudes, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's
you don't get as good as he's gotten without training properly.
Correct.
Yeah, his
That's
team
why I
is-
have so
his
much
team is
respect
dialed.
because it's
By the way, did you notice that? Did you notice something there? Did you notice something there?
real dudes, right?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's
You don't get as good as
Do you see that? Do you see Aubrey Marcus taking out his little tin of snus and spitting out the used nicotine pouch into the tin of snus, and then putting that tin of Zin or snus back into his pocket? I wonder if Brendan saw that. Hopefully Brendan sees that and stops stuffing the nicotine pouches in the fucking corners and the crevices of his fucking seat, or throwing them on the ground. Just put them in the tin, or at least dump them in the fucking empty cans of fucking Rain energy drink he's got all over the place. Just dump them in the end. Just, do you know what I mean? What? Or just get yourself a bin to the side and put them in there. Why does he keep stuffing them into the side of the chair? I can't imagine how many used, like moldy, decaying, used nicotine pouches must be all over that fucking seat. I hope Brendan saw what Aubrey Marcus is doing there. That's what you're meant to do. Get your tin, spit the used one in there. Yeah, I mean, it's not that difficult to do. Hopefully Brendan saw that little detail. Hopefully.
he's gotten without training
Correct.
properly.
Correct.
Yeah, his
That's
team
why I
is-
have so
his
much
team is
respect
dialed.
because it's really hard to do that every day, especially when you're that wealthy and you have everything.
And that's why he needs to do it.
Yeah, he's
'Cause
smart
it's-
enough
'cause
to
it's
know
hard,
he's got to
yeah.
keep himself,
Yeah.
sort of like uncomfortable.
I'm curious how it ends.
I think he's
Because
gonna.
when we had Logan on the show, he was like,
That's my favorite part about Brendan. That's my favorite part about Brendan. The question that he asks, and then he just answers it himself, or he goes on another tangent. Like, I'm curious. How do you think this ends? Because I was thinking, like, are you asking me a question, or do you just want to ask yourself this question? What the fuck? That was brilliant. Yo, big up, Big Boo. Feels like Aubrey's wardrobe feels like it's on some YN shit. Bro needs to stick to Banana Republic. I don't mind his dress sense, to be fair. He's a little bit eccentric, isn't he? He's kind of a bit of a hippie, so I guess that makes sense. Big up Josie. You think he does this at a studio? He just does it at a studio. Nah, he probably does it at home too. He just got maids and Joanna to probably clean up for him. He probably does it at home too, for sure. For sure he does it at home too. For sure he does it at home too. You don't just start throwing stuff on the floor. Like, it's like, maybe it's a bad example to say, but it's like throwing stuff in the bin. If you throw stuff in the bin and you throw stuff on the floor, you're going to feel weird about it. Like the other day, I had something in my bag, but there wasn't a bin next to me where I was at the gym, so I just left it in the corner. I felt a bit strange, because I've always thrown stuff in the bin. You don't just start throwing stuff on the floor if you use bins. So if he's throwing stuff on the floor, it's because he always does that. It's kind of insane. He kind of lives like a fucking caveman and just dumping it on the ground. But he could do it at the Thicc Boy studios because they probably had a cleaner for that whole building that would come around and probably clean everything, But who's cleaning this fucking storage facility? Chin. You're making Chin pick up your used fucking nicotine pouches. Dark. And then you're only paying him 100 grand. Dark.
me and my brother, what we're doing, it ends with me and him fighting each other. He's like, that's how this ends.
Well, Logan better be training as much as his brother.
Logan's I love Logan. I was just at his wedding, and he's one of my homies too. He's great, but Jake's just on a different level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that Logan
Boxing-wise?
isn't an incredible athlete. Obviously, he's doing crazy shit.
Yeah.
He's
But
jumping
Jake's
off the
just
back rope.
focusing on
he's
boxing.
just
It's
boxing.
different.
Yeah.
He's just and Jake has that power gift that Rogan talks about all the time, where he hits somebody. I mean, that first body shot to Mike Perry cracked a rib.
Yeah,
he's big. He's so
like
fucking
he just
big.
has that thing where everything lines up.
How do
the
you think
bones.
it ends?
I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if he'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like what people don't realize is this is also.
He's going to win a belt with positive energy. I like you, Aubrey Marcus, but what?
For anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, that's pretty decent, by the way. It's pretty decent, but the ending was kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Chief of War was pretty good, but the ending was kind of annoying. If you know, you know. The season ending. Sorry, not the whole. Whatever.
At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got Lucas Mack, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Vailana singing the sound bowls. Like we're bringing the best spiritual energy. He's got
Aubrey,
the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for your spiritual energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. Yeah. That's a big problem to
How
solve.
about I say that Alex Pereira does the same fucking thing?
I'm sure he does, but
you know what?
Alex Pereira's also been training for a long time.
Of course. So, but I'm saying it's the mix.
Yeah, it's the mix.
Like Alex Pereira, when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real.
Yeah.
It's for real. He's
So there's the Jake Paul Glaze session. Brendan doesn't think Jake Paul has a chance to become cruiserweight champion. He doesn't give him any hope. He doesn't know why he bothers boxing seriously. He thinks he should keep doing the circus act, which again is odd because Brendan's been his entire career trying to prove things to people, prove things to himself, jumping from one career to another career. You'd think he'd have a bit more in common, a bit more understanding. He'd kind of relate more to Jake, but I guess when it's other people, he doesn't see it. The thing that's interesting to me is like, and I'm wondering this just watching this now, how does somebody at Aubrey become friends with Brendan? He seems like a chill guy. He probably got some scam. He seems like he might have a scam or two running, like a little investment thing, something, whatever else it may be. But for the most part, he seems like a decent dude, He comes across quite charismatic. He comes across like he's well read, even though the stuff that he reads is probably, woo-woo shit. It seems like he's knowledgeable about the things that he's into. He started a bunch of companies. He comes from a rich family. He seems like a well-to-do guy. How does someone like that end up being friends with Brendan? And liking him as a person? Like, how? I don't know. It's just an interesting observation. I think the obvious conclusion is that most likely Aubrey Marcus away from the cameras is probably more like Brendan. But on camera, he has a certain personality. That's probably what it is, right? He's probably way more similar to Brendan than he's dissimilar. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's continue.
Bringing some dark magic. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Jake's got that work ethic, so I think that getting his mind right, which is what you're talking about, but then also just having the skill set, the patterns, the ability.
But I think what people need to realize, this was trying to explain when we were talking to Rogan about it, Jake in all aspects, besides his name and the fame, but if you just break down his skill set, he's still a blue belt in boxing. Yeah. But he's performing at a black belt level. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, really. And using belt denotation to describe boxing, that doesn't make sense. You
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like as far as the circuit where he's at in his career and how many fights he has, it'd be, if you're giving out belts in boxing, he'd be a blue belt. Yeah. Like there's kids in New York, Cali, who are on the regional circuit with 30 fights and they're blue belts. Jake's at that level, but with his fame, who he is, and the opponents he can get.
His
he's fighting at
ability
a
to deal
black
with
belt
pressure
level.
too.
That's it.
Yeah, it's the pressure that makes
he
him
rises
different.
to
the
the
pressure makes him better,
That's
and it
the
makes other
difference.
people worse. And the pressure he brings to an opponent is overwhelming. It's like they're looking at everything. They've never seen anything close to that.
Yeah.
Like I bet. I mean, maybe Brendan could, but most of us listening couldn't name the crew.
He's a good friend, man. He's a good friend. He's a really good friend because the way he's talking about Jake Paul, you wouldn't think if you just popped in right now and you didn't know who he was talking about, you wouldn't have no idea he's talking about Jake Paul. You know, he's a really good friend to Jake Paul because he is gassing him up so well. He's almost convincing me that Jake Paul is a, high level boxer. You know, he's almost convincing me. He really is a really good friend. That's how your friend should be talking about you when you're not in a room. You know, Brendan would never talk about Brian the way Aubrey's talking about Jake Paul. He's not in a room, but that's the mark of a real true friend because he is gassing him up super hard. But yeah, that's it. Let's move on. Let's do another one. Brendan Schaub makes Jake Paul haters all about him. This is an interesting clip. Brendan, I guess, asks an open-ended question to Aubrey about the amount of haters that Jake Paul gets and how he deals with it and shit. And it's just more of an excuse to talk about himself, really, to be honest.
Some of this energy.
I'm always curious how Logan and Jake, because we get hate. The three of us get hate, but we don't get Logan Paul, Jake Paul hate.
Oh man,
that's a different.
I was talking to Gordon Ryan about it.
We all get hate. I bet Brian was sitting there thinking, "Speak for yourself, mate. I don't get as much hate as you."
Some of this energy.
I'm always curious how Logan and Jake, because we get hate. The three of us get hate, but we don't get Logan Paul, Jake Paul hate.
Oh man,
that's a different.
I was talking to Gordon Ryan about it. Gordon Ryan said, well, I was like, it's so weird that you're so good and you get this kind of hate. And he said, I looked at GSP's comments, the great GSP. Like, there's nothing to hate about that guy at all.
He's actually objectively unhateable.
He's so unbelievable.
Objectively.
Yeah, he's such a...
It's like Kim, Volkanovski, Max Holloway.
Yeah.
It's tough to hate on
There's
that.
such good...
Easy to hate on Brendan.
But they also still get it.
Yeah,
of course.
But he's such a good person. Like, if you meet him, he's so gracious and nice. If he gets hate, then none of this shit is real. Get the fuck out of here.
Neil Brennan said it best.
No, surely that's not the conclusion. Surely the conclusion should be. Am I dumb to think this? Surely the conclusion is if the nicest guys in the world, the people who people think are objectively unhateable, still get hate, then surely the conclusion should be it doesn't matter. It's just the internet. Not fuck out of here. Your hate for me isn't valid. The hate people have for Brendan or criticism have for Brian or whatever, it's still valid. There's still some truth to it. It just doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because it's just the internet. Because it's proof that those guys who are unhateable, who seem to be good around the, across the board, if they're getting hate and you're getting hate, that's just the internet. But it doesn't mean what people say about you isn't true. And by you, I mean Brendan and Brian.
In one of his specials, he was talking about hate and stuff like that. He goes, if you go to Mozart on YouTube, where it's like, his most famous song, there's some guy like, this sucks, and thumbs down. And he was like, okay, well, fuck, dude.
He didn't know how to say the words, and he's most famous, that thing with the white and black keys, he's most famous.
Yeah, and
I'm curious how, because we can talk about, like everyone gets hate, I get all that. But for Jake and Logan, they still have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's not that if it's still navigating that darkness. Like it's still, you can.
To talk specifically about these brothers, I personally think Jake Paul is starting to get less hate over the years, mostly because of his stance with the UFC and fighter pay, and just generally how he's carried himself in boxing. I don't think he's really made himself like a heel, hateable character, really. I could be mistaken, but he doesn't really come across as hate. The most hateful version of Jake Paul was definitely his YouTube era, right? YouTube, whatever, IRL streaming, that was his most hateable era. I think nowadays he doesn't really try and lean into the hate. Like, I can't remember the last time he did anything that you would deem to be like hate worthy, to be honest. Logan Paul, on the other hand, there's loads of reasons why people hate Logan Paul. The CoffeeZilla situation is a good example, just off the bat, So I think Logan goes out of his way to maybe, got caught more hate and controversy to bring more attention to what he does. But then again, he's also built different, you know. I think he's also understanding that, yeah, this is what comes with the game. But Brendan here, you know, obsessing over this shit, making it all about himself in this situation's like, bro, you are extremely easy to dislike and to hate. Theo said it best. There's so many things to not like about Brendan. You could probably write a fucking long list. Like, it's not that deep, it really isn't. And most of it doesn't have to do with these fucking performances, but just to do with his fucking personality.
Say, oh, I don't read comments, right? Or, you know, I don't see it. They know it's out there, you know?
You know, I get to work with Jake like really.
That's why I'm asking you, because he's going to reveal that.
Let him by the way, you see that. I don't know, I stopped it just in the time, but notice how Aubrey Marcus just talks, because Brendan keeps interrupting. So I think Aubrey's realized, okay, I'm just going to talk through my point. I'm just going to say what I have to say, and then Brendan will eventually shut up because I'm talking. But Jesus Christ, Brendan, shut the fuck up, bro.
You know, I don't see it. They know it's out there, you know?
You know, I get to work with Jake like really.
That's why I'm asking, because he's going to reveal that.
What happens is he's got his mind in a position where actually he's like, yeah, please bring it, because all of those comments drive my engagement. All of those drive the algorithm. You know, the more you hate me, the more likely you are to buy my next, you know, pay-per-view.
It's the Floyd Mayweather
because you
effect.
fucking care.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you care. So his mind's in the right place with it. But actually, like, I can feel his body hold that negativity and that amount of energy. And it's like, it's in him. And so we have to do things to help him, like, release that and navigate it. And
exactly, James Banks. Interrupters are definitely one of my pet peeves or biggest peeves. Exactly, like, it just seems very rude, because I take it as an insult, as if like what I have to say isn't worth your time to listen to. You don't need to take time to listen to what I have to say. You can just interrupt the conversation, interrupt what I have to say, and just bring up another topic or say something else. You like, come on, man. Or answer the question for me. Like, no, let's not do that. Let's not fucking do that.
Keep his mind clear for his why, which is like, I'm here to do great things for the world, not just for Jake. For right now, it's about Jake.
Didn't he help? Wasn't he instrumental in helping Ben Askren?
Oh yeah, he's so generous.
See, I love that
he's
guy.
So he like really takes care of like everybody around him in such a great way. Yeah. But he is, you know, his thing is like, when I look and I feel the presence of God, and again, this is spiritual, like, will God be like, Jake, I'm proud of you. You know, am I doing enough? You know, so that's Jake's, you know, thing that he's kind of caring about and thinking about. And he knows that, all right now, I'm going to build as much resources as I can. I'm going to get as much fame/notoriety as I can. And then at a certain point, and along the way, I'll be generous. I'll help where I can. I'll figure it out. But I'm focused on Jake. And then he sees a transition point where he's like, all right, now I turn this towards the good, you know, and towards actually impacting things in a positive way. And interestingly, like, whether you agree with this political stance or not, Jake made a post about Trump, where he was just really honest and just gave his honest perspective on it. And out of everything he's ever posted, that actually got the least amount of hate, and people were listening, and it went, you know, semi-viral when he made that. So he knows that all of this, if he picks his right spot and he comes with that authenticity, like we were talking about, the hate will actually dribble away.
Yeah, Jake had a good post about the Charlie Kirk assassination too. He's like, we need God more than ever now. Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah.
That's like,
I love it. To be fair, I quite like that Brendan is looking to Jake Paul for his spiritual awakening. Brendan is looking to Jake Paul as his kind of as his compass, moral, religious, you know, direction, because it makes sense. He should be looking to Jake Paul should be his hero. Jake Paul should be his North Star, really and truly. But it's just funny because, like, you know, Brendan's like 44 and Jake Paul's 28, you know. Jake Paul's not fucking Aristotle out here, is he, really? But to Brendan, he is, you know? To Brendan, Jake Paul might as well be fucking Socrates, I swear to God.
Yeah, he might be on something there.
Yeah, 100%.
There is a religious
we do need
revival.
God. We need God more than ever now. And what is God? Like, you can believe in a whole bunch of things, but God is value. God is the right and wrong that we know in our body.
I like you, Aubrey, but wasn't he just in a cult recently? Fucking like, strangers in fucking, I don't know, in in Burning Man. Now all of a sudden you're a Christian. Yeah? Weren't you wearing like crystals and shit and walking around barefooted with a cape on, holding hands, doing fucking vibration, fucking ejaculation and shit? Now all of a sudden you're a Christian. Now it's all about believing in God, reading the Bible. All right.
You know,
I think it's being true to a transcendental truth. That thing that you can't measure, that you can't that's above whatever is going on in this human realm. In what I mean.
Yeah, tell us tell us alleged rapist. Please tell us some more. Tell us more. Tell us more how you found God in the midst of in the midst of BTK. In the midst of BTK, tell us how you saw God's face. Please tell us how you were consumed by the Holy Spirit in the midst of BTK. Big up Gitsy.
You have a gun?
Boring. Turn up the good, turn down the suck.
Hey man, these are clips, by the way. These are clips. Big up Gitsy. These are clips. These are clips. I know this sucks. I know this isn't the greatest thing in the world, but these are clips. So have patience with me. Let's just get through these clips and we'll be moving on. But these are clips. I'm not making you watch the whole thing like I did.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Soresi.
What is God? Well, if you ask a 14-year-old girl in Santa Monica, she might say Christioia.
Exactly. Big up.
Mean by that is that inherent truth, that inherent truth that we are always ignoring. You know the truth. You know where the good is, and you know where the bad is.
But I think it also gives people a North Star, whether you're on the left or right. Like the government, the companies, they want us fighting. They want conflict.
Yep.
Yes.
But if we all have a higher being, we can agree to that.
Yes.
Brendan pointing up to God, a higher being. Brendan pointing up to God. Do you think Brendan's prayed a day in his life? Do you think Brendan has read a single page in the Bible? Do you think Brendan even knows what the Bible is? Do you think Brendan even understands what a chapter and a verse is? Do you think Brendan knows the difference between the New and the Old Testament? Do you think Brendan could pick? If you gave Brendan a Bible, do you think Brendan could flick to fucking Revelations? Do you think so? People on Twitter, what do you think? If you gave Brendan a Bible, do you think he would know where Revelations was? Do you think he would know where Genesis was? Please flick to Genesis. Open it up to Genesis. Do you think he'd know? I don't think he'd know, you know. I swear to God, I don't think he'd know. Yo, big up Boronda 420, bro. Big up Boronda 420. Wag 1G. Big up everybody watching too. There's a lot of you in here today. Big up everybody for watching. I appreciate you all. As you guys can see from the bar down below, I'm doing a 31-day marathon. I'm quite far away from the target goal. Not gonna lie, quite far away, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're doing this for the sake of doing it anyway. But if you want to join and become a member, get access to member-only streams. Make sure you smash the like down below. Subscribe to the channel, and of course, get a membership.
You have a gun?
Big up, Gitsy. Appreciate you.
Brendan, tell him about Sega Genesis.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Oh, so basically, the black controller with the exactly. No, not Sega Genesis. Big up. So yeah, if you want to become a member, smash the link down below. There's a link in the description to become a member. Members get access to member-only streams and member-only stream chats too. Okay. Big up the stream chat. Big up the stream chats. Big up the Maz197. You missed it yesterday. No, nope. I didn't miss a single day. Haven't missed a single day. Fake news. Haven't missed a single day. Haven't missed a single
Powerful bunch.
Day. Big up James Banks. Appreciate you. Big up James Banks. You get one of those hearts there. Big up James Banks. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for becoming a member.
You have a gun?
Sold Bibles out of my
Sold Bibles out of my mom's closet. B.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh. I can imagine that. Oh, I love it. 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 Yo, King James version of the Bible as well. Saw that on my mum's wardrobe. What's all this fake news in the fucking stream chat, man? Missed at least. I didn't miss no 3 days, bro. What's all this 3 days of missing? I didn't miss no 3 days. Man has not missed no 3 days, including yesterday. Like what? Come on, man. Put some respect on my name, man. Put some respect on my name. There was no 3 days missed. I've been here. I've been here. I've been here. I've been here. AZ been staying. Yo, big up.
You have a gun?
Big up. Big up. Big up. Good to see you. Appreciate you.
Brendan, Tom bout David versus Garath.
David versus a good one. David versus Garaf is a good one. I love that one. David versus Garaf. We got on 10 toes. I be leaving the camera on to make it seem like 6 hours long. No, not really, brother. You know what I do? If I could turn the camera on, you would see, but I just lie down on my couch and then I fall asleep. I'll sit here for however long I'll sit here for, super tired. And at the end, I'll go and lie down on my couch and I'll just forget to turn the stream off. That's essentially what I do. It's not even to do like a 6. I've done many streams over 6 hours. I don't need to pretend like I've done a 6 hour stream. I just fall asleep. And when I wake up, I turn the stream off. Absolutely brutal. But I got to add the timestamps anyway so people can know, because that one's a bit crazy. But big up everybody that was there the other day. And I also don't want to, like, yeah, it's shit when I'm tired, you know? So I don't want to be, so I just leave, you know? So yeah. But here I am. Here I am. Here I am. Here I am. Here I am.
Powerful bunch.
Let's continue.
Got the exclusive LeBron Bible B. It says King James on the front.
That's why it's definitely part of 250. That's brilliant. King James LeBron Bible. It says King James on the front. That's brilliant. That is fucking brilliant. Big up Soresi. That's fucking brilliant. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Then, the Charlie Kirk assassination. We're on left and right. You're like, this ain't the way to do it.
I thought Jimmy Kimmel's speech was great.
I didn't see
he
it.
came back and he said, you know, he was talking about free speech and how important it is, but he also said, he got really emotional. He said, this was about a young man's murder, and I didn't mean to make anybody feel bad, especially not his wife.
Well, where was that energy?
I feel terrible
after it happened.
But he was contrite, and he said, you know, I understand how people could have taken what I said offensively, and he owned it. But the way he said it was like, and everybody listening was clapping to the idea that we should all be allowed to say what we want.
Yo, big up Riding Aces, as in tired watching DSP Marathon. We're going to watch DSP in a minute, brothers and sisters. DSP's been on the most amazing arc now. We're going to get through all this stuff. We're going to watch DSP too. DSP's on the most amazing arc. DSP's working out now. DSP's working out. And it's so embarrassing. It's so cringy. It's so pathetic. He's flexing. DSP's the first time he's picked up a barbell in like ever in his life. And he's flexing. He thinks he looks muscular now after like a week of doing some bicep curls. He thinks he looks good. Absolute insane. We'll get into that later, but DSP is unhinged, bro. He's unhinged, that guy.
Without fearing violence. And everybody on the left and right, if you talk to the reasonable people, the reasonable ones, they agree with that. It's the lunatic fringe that we have to be careful of, that gets gamed by the algorithm, gamed by the bots, gamed by the foreign adversaries.
That's usually the younger crowd, though.
Who's he talking to, by the way? What are these? I feel like when Brian talks, he's not talking to someone in a room. But I think him and Brendan both do that, innit? Whenever they talk, they don't. It's not like they're talking to a person in a room. They're talking to like a commenter or someone in their DMs. Like, talk to people. You don't need to like have these profound, loud statements. And I said, like, who you talking to here? No one's disagreeing with what you're saying. Like, what is this right now?
Because they have such, you know, soft,
heightened.
Yeah, and they're buying into social media.
Yes.
Like, oh, I got to do something. It's like, you don't though.
Yeah. Big up Iviga. Big up. I like Iviga. Good DSP detractor. I like Meerkat. He doesn't stream a lot of DSP stuff though anymore. I love Anne. Big up Anne. I like Anne. Anne's a really good one too. He doesn't stream that much, but I saw him earlier today. I like the Tractor Beam. The Tractor Beam girl's good. What do you guys think about the Tractor Beam girl? Big up Riding Aces. I like the Tractor. This is gonna be a weird thing to say, right? Because I'm gonna sound gay when I say this. I like the Tractor Beam, but is it me or does that girl just go overboard with the sexual innuendos? Or is that just like it's just a little bit like do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I like watching the Tractor Beam. She's nice, she's a funny lady, but it's just like every other joke is like some sort of fucking sexual pun. Like Goon's like, okay man, we get it. We fucking get it, lady. Just I don't know, make fun out of DSP, please. I don't know. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to think about bussing, you know. But yeah, big up Gitsy.
You have a gun?
Notice Ari Shafir didn't do his post-mortem vid.
No, but to be fair, I think what Gitsy is going at is that Ari Shafir had this thing where he would, whenever a famous person would die, he would put out a video basically mocking their death as a sort of really an attempt to be really, really edgy. But to be fair to Ari Shafir, he stopped that quite long ago, didn't he? I think maybe the pressure from all the McDonald's LeBron shit got to him, but I think he stopped doing that a while back. I don't think it was because of Charlie Kirk. I think he stopped doing that a while back.
Like, this isn't real, dude.
That's right.
Most of it's bots, and if it's not bots, you're listening to some crazy lunatics you would never hang out with.
And that's
those are the people getting in your brain right now, and
they're not even real. Probably
they might be real, but those people aren't happy. And they're going to convince you that this is the way to go. Just so you know, if you go down that road, A, they're never going to talk to you again, but B, your life is over for the good, and then you.
Who's he talking to? Is he talking to like a hypothetical made up shooter that will talk to him before they try to assassinate somebody, and he's trying to convince them not to do it? Brother, why would they come to you for a pep talk? Why would they come to you for advice? Why would they come to you to talk them off the ledge? Like, this is just a weird conversation. I don't know who they're talking to in the room. I don't know who they're talking to in their minds, but whoever they're talking to, they need to let us in, because I'm not understanding who they're talking to right now, and it's kind of throwing me off.
Killing Charlie Kirk, it doesn't stop the movement. It does stronger. It makes it even bigger. So if your intentions were to stop it and they're telling you it's going to, they're wrong, dude.
Some of this energy.
I'm always curious.
There we go. There you go. You enjoyed that? You enjoyed that bit there, hey? You love that bit? Oh yeah. I don't know who they're talking to, man. This is their youth outreach, you know? Yeah. That's how we should all look at Brendan, isn't it? That's how everyone should look at Brendan. That's how everyone should look at Brendan. What the fuck is this nigga talking about, man? That's how everyone should look at Brendan. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? But hey, what do I know? Nothing. Clip number 4. Brendan and Brian having a spiritual awakening in light of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yes, you heard that right. Brendan and Brian had a spiritual awakening in light of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm not making this up. Just watch the clip and see what I mean. But I swear to God, I'm not making this up.
Etc. Etc.
I bet even the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk, when they show him jump, whether you believe it or not, but they have video of him jumping off the roof. I bet after he pulled the trigger, he was like, "Fuck."
You would hope so, you know. I mean,
there has to be something in where he's like, Jesus Christ.
I do believe that, yeah, literally.
I
do believe that the body
shit.
knows, but I also believe that the mind can be hijacked, and then I believe there are dark forces in this, and then Ephesians 6:12. Not to get super religious.
Big up James Banks. Yeah, you're talking about the Tractor Beam, right? She pauses and talks too much. She overanalyzes everything he says. Gotta let it flow a bit. Yeah, I thought exactly the same thing. I like her. Don't get me wrong. I think she's pleasant to watch and stuff in the background. But yeah, Do you guys still watch Shinko Floor? Is he still about? I think I've not heard him in a while. Oh, Shinko Floor. And do you watch, who's the other guy? The black sounding guy. He doesn't put his face on camera though. What's his name? He's got like an avatar where it's like a black guy in the corner. I quite like him, but I don't think I've seen him on my algorithm a lot. Maybe he doesn't appear, or he's been shadow banned. I feel like I haven't seen him live in a bit. I forgot what his name. What's his name? That guy's name? Is it Charlie? Chimps. What's his name? I forgot. But he's quite good as well.
Religious here, but our fight is not against flesh and blood, not against our brothers and sisters, but against those authorities, those dark forces in the heavenly realms. And I think there are dark forces, and they can seize somebody's ideology,
take advantage of
and then they can actually fill the body, just like God can fill the body. The dark forces can fill the body, 100%. And then once you're in that position, that's when.
To be fair, looking at, I'm sorry to interrupt it, I want to let it flow. But looking at Aubrey Marcus, he does look like your quintessential Baptist, evangelical, born again Christian pastor leader guy, doesn't he? He does look like one, doesn't he? The snazzy jeans, the trainers, the tattoos, the colorful lifestyle and experiences and stories and shit. He does look like a youth pastor, doesn't he? He does look like he could lead a service at Hillsong or something, isn't it?
Sadly, as the last resort, sometimes we need violence.
You know,
that's
Aubrey,
that's a
10 years
difficult
ago,
part.
I would have said, you're out of your fucking mind. I would have been, in my mind, I would have been like, whatever, here you go. I couldn't agree more. As I get older, what you just said is something I 100% agree with. I get way more metaphysical as I get older, not less. I don't get more practical. I get way more spiritual. I get, because
You're about to die soon, isn't it? Duh. You're probably closer to death than most of us, so of course you're going to get more spiritual, you fucking knobhead. As if this is some big revelation. Like, what the fuck? More metaphysical. Well, duh. Your physical being's about to fucking evaporate. Of course you're gonna get more metaphysical. You fucking knobhead.
lived it. I lived the other, and I've lived this. And I couldn't agree more. I think that the devil's like a roaring lion, always kind of like circling and always finding an opening.
Always looking for.
And you have
that sounds like something Brian might have done allegedly to one of his victims.
You have to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant. What did Christ say on the cross? It is accomplished. Why have you forsaken me? But the last thing he said was, it is accomplished. I did it. I resisted temptation to the very end.
I can't believe what I'm hearing, bro. Brian Callen, what did Jesus say on the cross? What? What the fuck is this, bro? That's what happens. You get accused of raping. You get accused of being a fucking harasser, a creep. And suddenly you're like, Jesus, take me. Forgive me of my sins. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? I did not see this coming. I'm not gonna lie. I did not see this coming. When they moved to Texas and we all had our guesses about what they're gonna do in terms of their new grift, I thought Brendan was gonna get into like Traeger.
Powerful bunch.
Pick up a Soresi.
Alhamdulillah. Baba and his friends have seen the light of Islam. Inshallah, brother.
Imagine that they start praying morning prayers and stuff. That'd be fucking crazy if they did that, right? I guess Brendan will be into like Traeger grills. I was assuming Brendan might get into like craft beers and stuff and brewing his own stuff. I don't know, but I never would have guessed it. I never would have put on my list of guesses fucking Brendan and Brian becoming born again. I've got a feeling we're going to see that clip, by the way. I've got a feeling we're going to see a clip of Brian getting baptized or Brendan I think we're going to see it very soon. We're going to get a video clip of them both or individually getting baptized somewhere. That's going to come. We're going to see a clip of them getting baptized. Can you imagine these fucking cunts of human beings hiding behind Christianity? Oh my God. Big up Josie. Callen, so did my grandpa just before he died. Exactly. I think he made another year, maybe a year and a half when he was going back to church. This could be the end game. Exactly. Yeah, of course. 100%. 100,000,000%, man. Yeah, exactly. Big up Pre-Ban for Loco, waiting for the jokes. You would never guess this is a comedy podcast, would you? You would never guess it.
And I think we chalk it up, well, it's a mental health issue. I'm like, I truly believe that there are some bad people. I think some people are born evil.
Or maybe we have evil and we have good in us, and
saying that and knowing who you are is crazy, right?
You know, you give when you give quarter to the angels of your lesser nature as opposed to your better nature, they will take over. And that battle in our own spirit The jihad, the idea behind jihad, the Arab
jihad. Why did you say that for Afghanistan? Jihad, huh? Jihad. Why did you say like that for? Why did you say jihad? Jihad. One more time.
To the angels of your lesser nature as opposed to your better nature, they will take over. And that battle in our own spirit, the jihad, the idea behind jihad, the Arabic root is struggle. It's a struggle within your heart to.
Sorry, those jihadi. Sorry that the jihadis blew up the fucking church, blew up the plane, blew up the train. They were struggling. They were struggling. That's why they did it. They were struggling. Have sympathy for them. Have empathy. Forgive them. They were struggling. The jihadis are struggling. That's why they did it. That's why they blew up that car. That's why they blew up that building. They were struggling.
Stay pure as opposed to give yourself over to vice, right?
Yeah.
And that's the case with all of us. There's the beast and the flesh. There's the spirit and the beast, and we're always battling it out, always.
And evil enters the wound. So, like, if you look even at the story of Hitler, like maybe he was born his daemon. So the Greeks had a term of a daemon, which is your ultimate destiny. Maybe his ultimate destiny was evil. I don't believe that. I actually believe that we all have choices, like you're saying. But trauma will actually impact those choices. So, you know, for one, he had a penis apparently that was crooked, like super crooked. So he couldn't actually, like, so super insecurity.
He couldn't get girls.
His parents were crazy, you know, like they weren't helpful, but he was an artist and he would pour his, you know, work into his art at the time. And maybe if he would have submitted that art to an art school and then got accolades as an artist, he wouldn't have done it.
He didn't get into the school of.
If you read this book about Hitler, you will have no doubt in your mind that he was never going to be a good guy. If you read this book about Hitler, you will never have any doubt in your mind that he was going to be a good guy. If you read this particular book right here about Hitler, you will have no doubt in your mind he was a good guy. It's a bit of a thick one though. It's a bit of a fucking thick one. You're going to need to have some time to do so. But if you read this book here by Ian Kershaw, and you will see that he was never going to be a good guy. That guy was evil personified. Evil fucking personified. And most Christians have that debate. I've heard it. I've watched debates around it. Most people have that debate. What was the function? What was the utility? Why would God allow someone like Hitler to exist? Because most people that read literature, read accounts, read everything about that guy, he was always going to go in that direction. So how could you make sense of that if you're a Christian, that he would let someone like that around? You wouldn't come to a conclusion of like, oh no, he's actually a good guy. He just made different choices. If you would have got accepted into art school, like, shut up, motherfucker. Like, if good exists, evil must exist too. People are just evil. And he was one of those. Like, if you're gonna do the Christian grifting, you have to believe in good and evil. You have to. That's one of the fundamental tenets, really. You know, you can't think everybody can be good because some people can't.
Oh yeah, so he got denied.
You know why he got denied? He couldn't draw human figures. He can only draw. He was very good at drawing
architects.
So, but either way, whatever that wound was, whether it was insecurity, I think it's.
You hear Brendan in the background. Architects. Yeah, architects. You fucking knob.
Seized him, and then once it seized him, it was just all the devil working.
That was his path.
It was like, this is your path.
Big up,
Hitler was destined to invent the Autobahn. We didn't read much else about him though. Made a mean peach cobbler, I heard.
Made a mean pit cop is crazy.
You are now on the path of a Sith Lord.
He became obsessed with purity,
and and it'll trick you into.
Oh really? Really? Hitler was into purity shit? Really? No idea. I'd never heard of that before. Never heard of it.
Thinking that giving you this false morality, like you're doing something good, but it's actually evil the whole way. And, because very few people, like the devil almost never tricks somebody. Like, you're going to go and do evil just for evil's sake.
No, they think they're doing
rare.
The moral
They think they're doing good. And that's why the church burned all those witches and tortured all those heretics.
Did you hear
they were doing good.
You hear Sadhguru on Rogan And Rogan said, if we just have to be good people and do good things, and Sadhguru said, no. People do horrible things to each other based on the idea that they're doing something good.
Yeah, they think
I got to break some eggs to make an omelet,
Yep.
the old saying. And no, you said you have to focus on building love in your own heart, in that deep feeling of love. That
I think he's talking to the haters. Look, he's looking at us, people. Look, he's looking at us. I think he's talking to the haters. I think this old man is looking at us. He's talking to the haters now. He's looking directly to the camera and he's talking to us. You have to build love within yourself and stop hating. Stop trolling. Stop being homeless cats. He's looking at us directly. We need to find God. We all need to find God. We all need to find God. So hopefully, Monday morning, whenever you are in the world, go find your nearest church and pray to Brendan Schaub. Jesus Christ.
That you feel that Christianity talks about, that Buddhism talks about, the idea of like focusing on joy. So Buddhist monks will do that. They will literally try to cultivate joy in their hearts. And what happens then is that is what you'll manifest. That's what you'll give. I always go back to the idea though, that in literature, the difference between a hero and a villain is the hero gets hurt by the world and decides he's going to protect the world from being hurt ever again. The villain gets hurt by the world and decides, now I'm going to hurt the world in return. That decision, though, is made at the same time. And what is it about some people that decide to go good and the other people that decide to go bad? What happens?
There's teachings that say at that exact moment.
Exactly, James Banks. Exactly. 100% when they're talking about evil, they're talking about homeless cats. Exactly. Big up Black American. I wonder if they'd be this empathetic to Idi Amin. Yep, exactly. There we go. Big up Black American. Spitting. Big up Black American.
Moment where you're hurt, that is the exact moment where you need to make the most important choice of your life. So in the Lakota tradition, when they're passing the Chinupa back and forth ceremonially, that's the pipe. One of the questions they ask in order to actually receive the Chinupa is, when you were hurt, will you hurt somebody back? And they have to say no.
Well, you need an elder to help you with that, though, don't you?
Don't ask Brendan that. Don't ask Brendan that, because if he has to answer correct, if he has to answer honestly, he wants to twist a lot of people's necks off. Don't ask Brendan that. He wants to twist a lot of people's necks off.
It's in the Bible. Yep. It's also the reason why everybody cheered when Erica Kirk said, I forgive them. Mm-hmm. Like that power of forgiveness is the new level of consciousness. Einstein said you can't solve a problem at the level of consciousness it was created.
By the way, hot take. A lot of people that say they forgive people lie. Hot take. A lot of people that say shit like that, I forgive X, Y, and Z person, they're lying. They're lying for social points. They're lying for empathy. They're lying. I believe that personally, but I could be wrong. But I also grew up in the church. I also grew around people that just use the church as a or religion as a shield to cloak them. I also seen people use fucking religion as a mask to hide all their fucking indiscretions and horrible behaviors. But I think a lot of people that say forgiveness or whatever, they're fucking lying.
Created. What's the new level of consciousness? It's Christic consciousness. And I think we just all need to agree that there's many paths to Christic consciousness. I think, because otherwise you're leaving so many people on the outside. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then you have one in-group who's got it, who can find their way to Christian, like Christ
consciousness. That's my joke in stand-up is that I hope Jesus is God, because I think he grades on a curve. And I think he does. He's so forgiving. You're not going to get up there. You go to hell, he's going to be like, I know, just come. My dad's strict, but you can come on in.
Yeah. But I think back to like social media.
That was a joke. That's my joke. Let's hear that joke one more time. Let's hear Brian Callen's Christian joke. This is his safe joke that he's going to do in all the churches around the world, right? He's going to go on a church world tour. Let's hear that joke again.
This is God, because I think he grades on a curve.
Many people on the outside. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then you have one in-group who's got it, who can find their way to Christian, like Christ
consciousness. That's my joke in stand-up is that I hope Jesus is God, because I think he grades on a curve. And I think he does. He's so forgiving. You're not going to get up there. You go to hell, he's going to be like, I know, just come. My dad's strict, but you can come on in.
But I think back to like social media, how toxic it is. It's like, if you look at the leader of the free world, Trump, he tweets out some toxic shit, man. Yeah. So young kids, and Trump does a lot of things good I like, and then he does, some stuff I don't agree with. But then you see his
name 5 things good that you like that he does. not his personality or anything. What's the 5 things that he's done lately that you love, Brendan? Name 5. Name 5 good things that he's done that you've liked. Not something that he said to a fucking journalist or no, things that he's done as president. What have you liked? What policies? What changes? Please name them, please.
His tweets, and you're like, buddy, like, you're the president of the United States, man, and you're making fun of Jimmy Kimmel and this guy and this guy. So young kids are like, well, that's just what we do. Like, if the president's doing it, why can't I do it? And why can't I make fun of Brian Callen or Brendan or Aubrey? Like, the president's doing it to Jimmy Kimmel.
It's true.
He has 40 million followers.
That's true.
I have 20. Why can't I?
So
this is what we do. It's like, it's not though, buddy. It's not, pal.
Like, who's he talking to? Buddy, who's he talking to, by the way? When he says this, what's like, please, who's he talking to? I'm so confused. It's not, buddy. It's not, pal. Like, who is this made up person he's having a conversation with? Is he losing his mind? Like, it's almost he's having this fictitious conversation with somebody who isn't in the room right now. Like, huh? It's not, buddy. It is, right. It's not. It is. It's not. Okay.
I feel like the Kirk memorial was turned into a political rally too. That was not in such great taste.
But of course,
presidents are going to president.
There's a big opportunity there.
Yeah,
of course.
What do you mean, of course? Didn't you just say the president is doing a little bit too much insulting on social media? Then it's of course when he turns the funeral of somebody into a moment of, like, you know, galvanizing his base. Of course. How is that? Politicians are gonna put president gonna. Why not demand more from your leader of the free world? Why not demand more from that person with the highest job in the world? Why not promote? Why not demand more? What do I know?
Yeah, I think we need to transcend all of these binary ideas and get back to this. We're all children of God, and we're going to all have to figure this out, because one group asserting dominance over all the rest of the groups, it's never going to work. The more oppressed the other group feels, the more they're going to resort to violence, and they're most and exactly. And so who, and this is the question, and I do not have a fucking answer to this question, but who is the one gaming us to be against each other? Is it a bunch of individual actors looking for short-term gain?
It's our own hearts. I think that
Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Peter Thiel, now fucking Larry Ellison, Tony Blair, the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Schultz. These are the ones who are doing it.
We love fighting. We love seeing. So how do you get people to pay attention? Liberal gets smoked by conservative. Conservative gets smoked by liberal. And then Piers Morgan makes a fortune having all these counterpoints. Finally, there was this guy who was more on the left, said, you know, man, I am so tired of, I felt terrible about Charlie Kirk being killed. And all we're doing here, Carrie Lake's over here saying that liberals are doing this, we should go to war. And it's like, I don't want to do this. He goes, I just feel sad at this conversation and I'm not going to be part of it anymore. Yeah. It was great. But he was like, we all agree as Americans, this sucks.
Yeah, but they have evidence of bots and whoever's doing it, whether it's China, America does it, India does it, Japan does it, where they infiltrate and they can get Americans to fight. And it was China's plan for the longest time. Like, the only way we can fuck with America is them
from within.
Divide and
they're
conquer.
too powerful. If they get if they're one, we don't stand a chance.
Divide and
but
conquer.
if we can make them fight amongst each other, then we can get to them. That's right. It's the only way you can fuck with us.
So
eye-opening, man. Eye-opening discovery and revelation there from Brendan. My mind is blown. I had no idea that was what's happening around the world. I had no idea that was what's happening. If only there was podcasts that get an outsized amount of listeners and influence on society. If only there was a podcast, some sort of show you could go on where you could try to play your part in order to try and mend the rift that exists in the country and society you're currently living in. If only there was a platform that you could use to maybe broadcast that message on a daily, weekly basis to try to play your part in creating a better future for yourself and your kids and your kids' kids and the society at large. If only there was a show. If only there was a guy who was well known and well regarded and had a big platform. If only. If only. I don't know who it is though. I can't think of the person. If only.
And it's working.
So one theory is that it's outside country influence looking to undermine our dominant power. That's a very good theory. And then there's another theory that there's a unified they, whoever they are, that have a plan for unified total control. And they are pulling all the strings, just like in the latest Superman, they had all these monkey bots that were...
My problem with they is that, you know, if you keep following the path, you know where that leads? The Jews, and they're all holding strings. So every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world. And it's like,
well, that's the
problem.
term cabal. And I think that's like...
That's right, by the way.
Cabal comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen...
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jew...
Motherfucking cabal. You're a cabal. No, you're a cabal. No, you're a cabal. You're a kebab, actually. That's what you are. You're a kebab. Cabal, cabal.
Well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of shit. And
2,500
certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good
Damn, you're
than
Jewish?
anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi.
Damn.
So like fundamentally,
he just found that out. he just found out. Oh shit, you're one of them. He just found that in real time. He just found out in real time one of his best friends. You didn't know your best friend was Jewish. You didn't know one of your best friends was Jewish. You just found out then. Fucking incredible.
yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, they have. There's something.
No.
There's something that's in the. I think it's also
we'd
like
you to leave.
That's why.
So there's this idea of.
I went, you're Jewish. He goes, yeah. I went, get out.
So there's this idea of the genetic bottleneck theory, right? You know the genetic bottleneck theory, where basically like Krakatoa explodes, most of the human population dies, but the most ingenious and the ones with the highest ingenuity and the ones with the highest resilience, they survive, and then their genes then flourish back out and repopulate the world. Right. So we have these moments, whether it's a flood or some other thing, that actually causes us to solidify genes in a certain level. And this happens on the human level. Well, the Jews have been persecuted so much that I think there's this internal genetic bottleneck theory. They've been hunted more than anybody since the Egyptian times.
The only way to survive
by
is
the
to be
Russian
needed in
pogroms.
society.
So they have this thing where they've been hunted for so long that they've created adaptations, but they can turn those adaptations into something terrible or turn it into something beautiful.
Right.
And that's like anybody.
Well, let's go through a
and they
couple
take care of
inventions.
each other, their own, which I don't have a problem with.
Well, let's go through a couple inventions.
Why wouldn't you?
Well,
glad you don't have glad the Jews look at Brendan trying to overcompensate for how he reacted weird. I don't have a problem with them looking after each other. I kind of admire it, actually, brother. I'm sure the Jewish community are gonna sleep much safer. They're gonna I'm sure the Jewish community at large breathes a sigh of relief that Brendan does not think anything bad of them, you know. The coast is clear. Brendan thinks we're okay.
Well, the pill invented by a Jewish scientist. You guys like Hollywood? Hollywood was started by 4 Polish Jewish refugees. You like improv? Jewish art form.
You like your freedom?
You like stand-up? Take a look at the original stand-up comics. Just take a look. You do your own research on that if you like comedy. You like fake tits? That procedure invented by a Jewish doctor. We can just keep going. Lasers. They do use them to control the weather, but they also use them to eradicate tumors. MRI machine invented by a Jew. So the next time you have a broken bone or a tumor, why don't you go ahead and feel for it instead of getting in the old Jew?
We were talking about this the other. Ob's the most athletic Jew I know.
That is
by far
fair.
By far.
Was your mom? Your mom was Jewish?
Yeah.
Holy
I mean, both
shit,
sides.
She's number one.
To be 87%.
Yeah. It's like Bob Cousy, Sandy Koufax is number one.
Oh yeah.
Sandy Koufax number one.
They sneak in there.
Yeah.
You know.
But there's not a lot.
Well, which also shows, all right, if you're getting persecuted at this level, what helps you survive? It's not actually lifting shit, running. It's actually being smart.
Yeah, being innovative.
And so being innovative and being creative with the problem solving. So I think this is it's not a racial thing. It's just simply that this group was persecuted for a long time, and that developed adaptations. Just like if you know, when you spar against hard opponents.
He's kaputs.
Yeah. Oh. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, big up Soresi. Big up. Let's move on.
You get better.
Yep.
You have
There's
to
been a lot
learn
of
things. You have to
scholarship on
figure it
this
out.
too. A lot of scholarship on the idea that, you know, to be a Jew was always to be on the outside looking in. So you were able to rock the boat. You were able to kind of be an innovator. You were able to say, hey, why don't we invent something called advertising? Why don't we do it? Was you never were hemmed in by. So when you're in a society and you're, say, British, there are certain strong norms you've got to follow. There are taboos, there are customs. When you're already been put on the outside anyway,
experiment a little bit.
You're allowed to just so back in the day, the corporate raiders, you never raided a corporation back in the day because it was blue blood firms. There's a whole study on this. Blue blood firms, they were all
Brian's definitely the guy that scares away the hoes, isn't it? Brian's definitely got the ability to scare away the hoes, bro. Fucking hell, Brian. Anyway, you know what I want to check out, right? I want to check out something very quickly. What's his name again? Gianmarco, right? Gianmarco. Big up Gianmarco. Look what Gianmarco posted. Look what Gianmarco posted. Look at this. Look at this. Look what Gianmarco posted. Just a little intermission, right? Look what Gianmarco posted. Where is it? There we go. Here we go. Look at that. No matter how big you get, you still have to do the lamest promo shit ever. Dave Chappelle promo for the Riad Comedy Festival. Look at this shit. What the fuck? He wants that money, innit? He wants that money real bad. What the fuck is this? Humiliation ritual, mate. Humiliation ritual. And then to make it worse, let's go on Turkish Alashik's Twitter, sorry. And let's look at some of the people who were at this comedy festival. Let's just see what's going on. What's actually happening at the comedy festival? What's the vibe? Let's see, what's the vibe? Riad Comedy Festival. Riad Comedy Festival. Ha hee hee. Ha hee hee. Wow. Okay, interesting, isn't it? I don't know why they got all that. The RCF, so much merch, so much. So the comedy festival is it's hosted in a location where they made it look like they made it look like Las Vegas in the 70s or something. It's got that kind of Americana, New York 70s, 60s vibe about it, Mad Men-esque. Yeah, I don't really get the point. I don't really get what that's about. And it's just mad, isn't it? Seeing all the women in burqas, isn't it? That's the funny bit. They got all these freedoms allegedly, right? And there's all these women in burqas, isn't it? Just sat there. What's that bit with the burqas? That was pretty funny, to be fair. That contrast is pretty interesting, yeah? Very interesting contrast. Very interesting contrast. Big up the Saudis, though. Big up the Saudis. Any more clips here we got here? Global comedy. Is that the same clip? No, it's not. Oh, that's Kevin Hart. Look at that. Kevin Hart's arrived to collect his check. There's Kevin. Oh, there's black people live there. Sick.
3, 2, 1. Amen. Thank you guys. Always.
Amen. Do you say amen there?
3, 2, 1. Amen. Thank you guys. Always. Amazing
Wrong
production,
place.
amazing crowd, amazing atmosphere. But more importantly, just great people, great energy. All in all, 10 out of 10. All things point to a green check, man. Thank you guys so much.
Green check, yeah, you got that check, mate. Green check, you got that check.
Until the next time.
All things point to a green check. Yeah, you got that check, all right. You got that fucking check. That's for sure. You got that fucking check. There he is.
Just want to say, man, an amazing show, an amazing crowd. More importantly, just amazing people. Thank you guys for allowing me to come, hosting me at the highest level, of course. But get used to me, because you're stuck with me now. So, Your Majesty, Your Highness, me, you, friends, you, here, next time, handshakes in person, no video, hugs, all the cool stuff. See that? That's how you know when I'm happy. All right.
Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. Of course, the ritual with the sand. What's this about? Is that like special sand or something? What's this all about? Is that special sand? Is that like a thing for their... I wonder what this is all about. I'm sure there's a perfectly, fine explanation for it, but it's... The things you gotta do for a check, man. The things you gotta do for a check is fucking hilarious. Oh, look, people are laughing. People are laughing in Riyadh. Look, people are laughing in Riyadh. Interesting, isn't it? And it's just, it feels like an amusement park, isn't it? It just feels weird, isn't it? It's really fucking odd. Like, it's their impression of like American lifestyle. I don't know. It just looks weird. It's just bizarre. I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm not gonna lie. I expected it to be a lot more Saudi. It's not really. It's just strange. It's very strange. Wow. Anything more? No, I think that's it, right? Nothing more? Any more clips of the fucking Riad Comedy Festival? Must be some more clips of the Riad Comedy Festival. Overview shot there. We've seen that already. Nope. There's Dave, Uncle Dave, Day 2, Dave Chappelle arriving. Who else is here? Bumpity, Dave Chappelle arriving. Who's that? That's Dave Chappelle arriving there. Nice. Who else is here? Don't know who that is. Who's that? Oh, Whitney. Of course, Whitney's there. Is that Whitney Cummings? Where's Ashley Cummings? Is Ashley Cummings going? No, big up Ashley Cummings, wherever you are. Much love. Big up Ashley. Look at Whitney. Whitney's out there. Did she have to wear a headscarf or something? She did, didn't it, right? They had to give Whitney a headscarf, I think, probably. Oh, shit. Big up Whitney. Nothing else there? From Turkey, nothing else? That's it, right? Is that it? Nothing else? I want to see... I think I was trying to see Chris Stefano, isn't it? There's meant to be a Chris Stefano here, but he's not on here, I don't think. Christy Stefano? Where's Christy Stefano? Where are you, Chris? Where are you, Chris? No, Chris? Okay, no Chris Stefano then. Maybe that person's gone. Maybe I've missed Chris Stefano. Give me a second here. One sec. Do I see no Chris? Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, cool. Maybe not. Di Stefano. Let's see if he's on here. Okay, maybe not. I thought I saw him somewhere. But I guess not. But big up the Riad Comedy Festival. Big up the Riad Comedy Festival. I bet it was a barrel of laughs. Moving on. Okay, cool. We did quite a few in it. Cool. Let's go to page 1 then. Page 1. What's that one? Brendan on the future of AI and with authentic. Let's not fuck that one. Brian on people who hate on. Piece of it that show. Yeah, this is the one I want to play. This one's the one I want to play. This one, number 8. Aubrey Marcus reveals he lent Brendan Schaub some money and Papa did not want to expand on it. LOL. This is an incredible clip. Incredible clip.
The question is like, why start another? You already did on it. Why start correct?
That's the first. Me and him got together. He's like, hey, I want to bring the band back together. I want to get you in. I want to start the supplement company. I just asked him. I said, why though? You've already done it.
And the reason why is I had started working on a formula while I was on it, and I couldn't quite put it together. Like, it takes a while. You have to test different ingredients. You look at all the clinical research. You put something together. I was close, but I never quite hit it. And then I was kind of this thing, like, I was fucking really close to a disruptive formula. Like, Alpha Brain disrupted the world. Like, it hit the population. People were taking supplements that they could feel. They had double-blind clinical trials to prove that they worked. And like, it was a thing. And so I'm sitting on this formula and we keep tinkering with it. And then we find something that works. And we're like, holy shit, this is as important a formulation as Alpha Brain ever was. Like, the world, I want this. First of all, I want to have this available every day of my life. And I think the world wants this. So I got to put it in a vehicle to create another company, because this formula is fire. And then we had another formula that works on exogenous ketones, and then an ingredient that also stimulates endogenous, so your body's own ketone production. So it's both. So you get the benefit of outside of the body ketones, and you stimulate inside the body ketones. So we mixed it with electrolytes. So we have formulas that are just so fucking good that I couldn't not do it. And also, sure, I wanna run it back and make that type of money again, and then pour that out into all the places that I poured it out. I've gotten to do amazing things. I bought 5 of my friends' houses. I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. I've got to like be there for my friends and then put money in the charities that are important. And I got to, yeah, sure, I did some fucking luxurious cool shit. I rented a yacht with Aaron Rodgers and we cruised around and like went to the islands. Like, I've spent some of my money for fun.
I love help with my mortgage and my home. I love that.
You just really need it, bro. I need to feel. I need to feel. Bring it, Brian. I need to feel that you really need it.
I would love to just
Look at that. Did you see how uncomfortable Brendan was? He didn't make a single comment, and I think the comment he makes after that, he completely changed the subject. He didn't carry on talking about what that point was. But what an interesting revelation. And again, another example as to why I told you guys in the stream last time, Brendan's never going away. He's never failing. He's never going to go broke. He's never going to have to work a regular job ever in his life already. He's got Rogan in his corner. He's got people like Aubrey Marcus in his corner, and he's got a rich dad. He had Rogan the other day crying. Rogan the other day was crying, remembering Brendan and the conversation they had about him quitting the UFC. He was crying at the thought of Brendan continuing fighting and getting more CTE. It brought a tear to his eye. It brought a tear to his face. Sorry, he was sobbing about it on his podcast the other day. He has Aubrey Marcus he can lend money off of if he's in a tight spot. He's got his dad he can go to if he's in a tight spot. With those guys alone, he's gonna be okay. And you know what's interesting about the revelation? Who did Aubrey Marcus mention there? Aaron Rodgers. So maybe when Brendan said that whole thing about meeting Aaron Rodgers for a business meeting for him to buy the whiskey company, what if this is what happened? What if the truth is this? What if the truth is Brendan back then was in a tight spot financially, needed a loan, needed some money, went and offered Aaron Rodgers or floated the idea around that he wanted to sell his whiskey company, because I think at that time Aaron Rodgers was allegedly looking into launching his own whiskey. And at that time, I think during COVID, it was hard to get barrels of whiskey imported into the country or something like that. So the thinking behind it was that maybe Brendan is selling Aaron Rodgers his unused bottles of whiskey so that he can then reformulate it or something, right? To make up new batches. I don't know. That's what I've heard online. Don't know if it's true or not. What if Brendan did offer Aaron Rodgers an opportunity to buy leftover stock of Tiger Vic whiskey? Aaron Rodgers turned it down or said pass, and then Brendan in that process was able to talk to Aubrey and say, hey, actually the reason why I'm trying to sell this whiskey is because I need some help. I need a loan. I need some money. And then Aubrey helped him. Or the other explanation could be maybe he didn't talk to Aaron Rodgers in the first place. Maybe the Aaron Rodgers situation was a lie, was a smoke screen, and maybe he actually went to visit Aubrey I think at that time he was living in LA, so he must have went to visit Aubrey in Texas when he was living in LA to just work out if he could get the loan and to talk to him directly, because he probably was, because you only go and talk to somebody directly, you only go and meet them and talk to them in their face and shake their hand if you're asking for like big money. He wasn't asking for no fucking $50, you know what I mean? He was asking for like 50 grand maybe, you know? So I'm all but certain that that's what probably happened. One of those two scenarios. But it's funny how little interruption, how little input Brendan had there. He didn't want to say nothing. And it kind of came out of the blue, by the way. You know, it didn't even to mention it. Aubrey just dropped her. Yeah, I got to help a ton of people. I got to help Brendan when he needs some money. Like, whoa, interesting. And also goes to show just how little money maybe this podcast makes in general. Which I don't believe. I think it's due to spending. I don't believe he's probably asking money for Aubrey because the podcast doesn't make any money. I think he's probably lending money from Aubrey just to pay for expenses. That's how crazy it got. Because, you know, Slojo doesn't look like she knows what a cheap alternative is, you know? Slojo likes what she likes, the finer things in life. If she can't get that, she'd rather DIE, you know? So supporting a wife like that, having kids who already have expensive probably taste now because you buy them all nice shit. Like, it's just a lot to keep up. So I could imagine that loan was just to kind of keep up fucking appearances. But interesting, isn't it? Interesting. Brendan had to ask Aubrey Marcus for some money. Interesting. Yeah, that's true. Black America. Maybe Aubrey put the deal together as a way to help him out of a bind. Yep, for sure. But then the weird thing is, later on in a pod, maybe I don't have a clip here. Later on, Aubrey admits that Brendan's a partner in his new supplement company. Aubrey's got a new supplement company called Correct with a K, and Brendan's a partner in that company. So it's like, how do you lend someone money because they're short on money, but then also ask them for money to invest in your business? I guess maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was just in a short spot, you know, he needed money at that time, but just an interesting thing to do, you know? Someone lends money from you because they need it, but then you also willing to take money from them to invest in your car. Like, Regardless, who knows? But I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Cool. What else we got to do here? Let's move. Should we do that? You know, let's move on. Let's break a little bit. Let's do a little bit of a break. Let's break content-wise, and let's switch over. Let's switch over to some other shit, right? Let's switch over to some other fucking shit. So, have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this? What the fuck is going on with Aubrey Marcus's Twitter? Is this like been? Is this been AI? Are we missing something from Andrew Huberman's Twitter? Are we missing something? Andrew Huberman's Twitter. Thanks for the birthday wishes. I feel better at 50 than I did at 21. I felt great then. I'm not suppressed. I'm not special. Every 24 hours, I strive for solid sleep, AM sunlight, exercise, mostly clean eating, great people, hard work, and prayer. I don't claim wisdom, but I put a few recent lessons below. The other is that dog breeds with different shaped heads are predictive of their demeanor and intelligence. And while I don't believe in the terminology, I now do pay some close attention to how the shapes of people's heads relate to their intellect and steadiness, or lack thereof. Mind you, I did not describe what I think is a direction of the effect, so don't lead to assumptions. How the fuck did they get there? How the fuck did they go from thank you for the birthday wishes to to race science? How did they get that jump? Is crazy, isn't it? Thank you for the birthday wishes, race science. Here you go. Absolutely crazy tweet, mate. Crazy collection of tweets there. Crazy collection of tweets. But big up Andrew Huberman. Big up Andrew Huberman. Just guess. Yeah. Do you guys want to see some Josh Block stuff? Let's see some Josh Block stuff. Joshua Block gets booted from the club because he hit a girl. Josh Block gets booted from the club because he hit a girl.
You don't say that.
Yo, this guy, man, honestly, bro. Honestly, it's too much. It's too much.
On the what?
There you go. He got chucked out. Brilliant shit. Josh gets removed from the club like a big baby he is.
Okay, people are talking shit about.
That's embarrassing. Getting lifted up like that. That's fucking embarrassing. You gotta be honest, right? Josh runs away from the cops. Josh runs away from the cops.
They can't put a warrant out unless they have my ID. Let's just get out of here.
Josh, can we get a quick picture?
We're leaving. We're leaving.
We gotta be with Tony. Figure it out. Guys, we're dealing with something right now.
I know. He told me it's PD. Am I definitely?
We'll be out of here.
Josh, come on. Let's go to the car. Please, I'm frightened. This fucking country. I want to move to Italy. I want to move to France. France is better. This fucking country. I'm smashing this phone, and I'm gonna get a 9 to 5.
What type of person do you have to be to like hang around with someone like this, take them to bars and clubs and have them drinking and doing drugs? Like what type of conscience you must like? Is that a lack of conscience? Is that just looking after securing the bag? Like how do they do it? How do they do it? He always seems to have like a different person, like a different handler. This is another handler, right? He had the other guy that lived in that weird house in New York. How do these people just do this? How do they just like exploit this dude like this? Knowing full well that he's got learning disabilities. Like, you know, it's really sad, man. It's really, really fucking sad. I'm not gonna lie. Really fucking sad. Yeah, I know he's a bit, you know, he's annoying and shit. He has these things, but they're literally taking advantage of. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of heartbreaking.
I will. I don't need social media. I'm gonna smash this phone.
Hey, we gotta make a move, bro.
Come on, get.
Yeah, let's get it.
Go, right now. I'm not going back to jail. I might have to go to jail because people were being mean to me.
You're good, buddy. Just keep walking.
I'm not going to jail again.
You're good, buddy. Just keep walking.
I've been to jail. It's terrible
These guys are
there.
gonna fry by you, so don't fucking react.
I know they are.
Hi, real quick, please. No, we gotta go. Hi, Josh Block. Hi, Josh. Hi, Josh. I love you so much.
I'm not going to fucking jail again.
We're getting it.
I can't. It's Sunday. I wouldn't be able to get out until Monday.
You're good. Just keep going.
It's Sunday. If I get arrested now, I'll be stuck in there for a whole day.
Are you in fucking handcuffs right now? You're not arrested. Keep fucking walking.
Tony said I might be getting arrested.
You're not in fucking jail right now, are you? So
if it does happen, though, I'll be stuck in there for an entire day.
Well, then we're not gonna let it happen.
Go to the car. We're leaving. I'll be stuck in there for a full 24 hours because it's Sunday and the courts are closed.
You're good, buddy. Just keep going.
What am I gonna do? I can't survive in a place like this.
I thought Riot House would let us create a riot, but I guess not. GG's in the chat. There's no rioting at the Riot House, I guess.
I can't survive in a place like that.
It's all good, buddy. Keep going. Get in your car.
Is that a little person in the back? Is that a little person girl, or is that just a short girl? What type of crew is this? You got fucking douchebag guy with the mustache shouting, barking, not being patient and barking at him all the time. You got this looks like a little person in the background. Like, what is going on right now?
And then we'll figure it out.
How much further?
Right here. Car's right here.
We're running. We're gonna get out of here and go somewhere else.
Yes, we'll be good, Josh. Don't worry.
I want to go somewhere else where I feel safer.
You'll be all right, buddy. Just keep going. You're good, buddy. You're good.
They're actually gonna arrest me. Oh my God! I can't survive in jail. I've been through it once. I don't want to have to do it again. What is the matter with this country? Out of every country in the world, why did I have to get born here?
We're good, buddy. I'm right here.
Get in the car.
Get in the car, get in the car, get in the car.
Now. Open the fucking door.
Josh, it's not.
I'm not going back to jail tonight.
Come on. Scoot.
I'll get on this end.
Well, Tony's gotta get on that side. Sit in the middle.
I don't like the middle.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is brutal, man. This is fucking brutal.
All right, we're safe.
Tony, come over here. Get over here right now.
Like, how can you just sit there and enjoy, just enjoy taking it? Like, I get they're probably getting some money. I wonder if they probably were scamming him, right? Do you think he has access to his AdSense? Do you think he has access to his PayPal? Like, who handles his money? Do you think they handle his money and take a little cut out of it as well? That's why they're around. like they're fucking swindling, allegedly. I'm assuming someone like that. Imagine you're conscious, man. Fucking hell, bro.
Josh, listen. I'm not getting arrested again.
Josh, it's for those guys that fry bagged you at the mall.
I didn't touch them.
I know.
I didn't touch anybody.
Yeah, Josh, we're good.
Go, get in the car
Josh,
right now.
Josh, it doesn't matter where you are. It's not about being down here. It's just about being in general.
Get in the car.
Where are you planning on going?
We're going somewhere. Get in there.
And stop fucking touching people.
Get in the car.
Jesus, lovers tiff.
Get in the car. Fine, we're leaving without you.
We're figuring something out, Josh.
Get in the fucking car.
It's anywhere in Arizona, bro.
If you go to the airport, you're gonna have the same
talking
issue.
about what happened just now.
Please get in the car, okay? Please. We're supposed to go to LA again tomorrow.
Go down the road and be calm.
Stop.
Okay.
Josh Block is scaring away all the hoes. Josh Block they're telling him, look, you can't, it doesn't matter where we go. If you keep hitting girls, we're going to get chucked out of places. You can't hit girls in clubs. You can't hit girls ever, but you definitely can't hit girls in clubs. Please keep your hands to yourself. Please stop touching people. So they are trying to give him some good direction, at least, I guess, but God almighty.
Can you please get in the car?
The fake crying as well. Awful.
I don't like America. I want to live somewhere else.
You gotta promise us that you don't crash out over here.
Hey, there's a line.
Get in the car, please. Car. Right now.
Hey, no, hey, that's a bad idea.
Please get in the car.
Dude, they're going door to door, bro. It's a bad idea.
It's a terrible idea.
You're throwing a lot of bad ideas out. Hey, do we just
drive? Come on, step on it.
Do we just take him back to the spot and then fucking throw him like Sim? What's the plan? Call Sim and just fucking.
Go, step on it.
I mean, where do you guys want to go? You guys
Dude,
want to go to the
he's
bar?
not gonna go on the.
He must be an awful hang, innit? He must be an awful hang, bro. An awful hang. Because he's vulnerable, so you have to kind of look after him. But he's also a pain in the ass, you know? Oh, yeah. Josh Block, bro. Josh doesn't even understand why he was kicked out of the club. Come on, bro. You hit a girl. You can't hit girls.
Right. So I can come back just without the stream, right?
Without the stream. That'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Because he throws. We're going this way.
Where are you taking me? I'll be back another time with no stream on. I think it was because we were streaming. It was.
Yeah, big up the stream chat. Big up the stream chat. Big up the stream chat. Nightmare Blunt exactly. Big up Smash Me. A pain in the ass. He's just a straight up violent. Yeah, true. Fair play. Big up Jersey. Exactly. Annoying drunk girl with none of the benefits. That's dark, but very true. Dark, but very, very true. God almighty, man. You hear the girl in the background? He throat smacked me. I think that was the girl that he hit. I think that's the girl he hit in the background, right? Telling the security guard, he throat smacked me. Yeah. That's her there. That's the girl right there. He throat smacked me.
Without the stream,
Yeah,
right?
without the stream. That'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Who are you? Because he throws. We're going this way. He throws. We're going this way. Because he throws. We're going this way.
Where are you taking me? I'll be back another.
He throat smacked me. Oh, another one. Arizona Mall crash out. All the kids trying to wind him up to get him to freak out is fucking crazy, man. Honestly, you Americans, you guys are ruthless, isn't it? You guys don't give a fuck. This is a lot. This is a lot. So bear with me. This is a lot. They're chasing him around, screaming, put the fries in the bag. He's freaking out. He's chasing them, running after them, running into doors. Like, ay, man. And these kids are having a blast. They're recording him the whole time, laughing, jumping up and down, hysterical about the whole thing. Oh, yeah. So, you know, that should be a trigger warning. That should be a trigger warning. Apologies. If you're watching this, that should be a trigger warning. That should be a trigger warning. That should be a trigger warning. If you're watching or you're eating something, please look away from the screen. If you're watching and you're eating or you're drinking, please look away from the stream. X off the screen, whatever you got to do. If you're eating or drinking, please look away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at that. Look at that. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I can smell the picture from here. I can smell the picture from here. I can smell the picture from here. Anyway.
My life be like...
What's this? What's this? Josh, 7 a.m. in Arizona. Josh Block.
Yeah.
Actually, let me take off that song. I don't want to get fucking copyright back. Let's take off that song. Fucking no. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever met a developmentally challenged person that's an alcoholic. I swear to God, I've not met someone that's got learning disabilities and is alcoholic. Is this a normal thing? Or I guess maybe because maybe you only kind of really encounter people like this when you're in school, innit? But I don't think I've ever met somebody that's, you know, like this. Like, I don't know. This is kind of wild, man. He's a straight up alcoholic. Jesus. Look at that. Big up a Soresi. You've met me, bruv. Big up a Soresi. You've met me. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, yeah, it's just interesting, isn't it? I wonder if that's normal because I don't know. It's just horrible. Big up James Bank. Howard Stern discovered getting Redux drunk for content back in the day. Yeah, exactly. Yuri vibes. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Very similar to Yuri. Good point on Tentos. Great point. Very, very similar to Yuri. Very, very Yuri-esque. Oh, look at this, by the way. Look at this development. Look at this. This is a comedian who turned down the Saudi gig, right? She turned down the Riad Comedy gig. What's her name? Atsuko Comedy. It's a lady called Atsuko said, the money coming straight from the Crown Prince who actively executes journalists, people with non-lethal drug offenses, bloggers without due process. A lot of the you can't say anything anymore comedians are doing the festival. They had to adhere to censorship rules about the types of jokes they can make. This is because this lady refused the deal, and this is part of her contract that she was sent. The contract restricts artists shall not prepare or perform any material that may be considered degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule. This is basically anti-free speech rules here. A, the king of Saudi Arabia, including its leadership, public figures, or cultural people. B, the Saudi royal family, legal system, or government. And C, any religion, tradition, religious figure, or religious practice. So you can't insult the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You can't insult the Saudi Arabia royal family. legal system or government, and you can't say anything bad about religion. That's in the contract. That's in the fucking contract. Yeah, exactly. That goes all Shane Gillis's material. Exactly. That is wild, isn't it? That is all in the contract. Honestly, crazy. Imagine if Tim Dillon would have went on stage and said all the jokes he said on his fucking podcast about Saudi. Imagine if he went on stage and just opened up with a fucking gay joke. So I was sucking this guy's dick, right? And it's like, whoa, imagine. That would have been fucking brilliant. Real comedy shit. He would have risked, his life, losing his life, sorry. But it would have been some real comedy shit. Big up Atsuko Comedy. Big up Atsuko Comedy. Let's go back to Gianmarco. Gianmarco's had lots to say, man. Gianmarco's got he's been on these comedians' head top. I'm not gonna lie. Gianmarco Soresi or Soresi, how do you say it? Soresi. I think it's Soresi. Gianmarco Soresi's been on their head tops. He's been on these comedians' head tops since the news was announced. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, first of all, let me say congratulations on the first day of the Riad Comedy Festival. Russell and I, we auditioned for new faces freshly removed from their bodies, and we did not get it.
I was on hold as executioner.
Let's at least establish a line. There's a line of like people who have so much money that I'm like, this is embarrassing that you're doing this.
Yeah.
I will say, you can judge me all you want for this. This is the most disappointing thing Louis C.K. has ever done. The irony is probably while he's in Saudi Arabia, this is probably the best behaved he'll ever be in a green room in his entire life. Do I think there'd be something that I would admire if someone took the money and fucking like went to town? If Gabriel Iglesias suddenly said, you know what? I'm taking a hard right into politics. He said, try to behead this big head. Let's see if you can find a sword sharp enough. You can't decapitate Fluffy.
It would be like if Trump was hiring a bunch of UK comics to come over and do something. We would be like, what the fuck?
There's lines to be drawn. You can look at things and go, okay, we're all doing bad.
Hey.
Where are you just a face for the government to say, hey, we're fun? These comedians and their body of work, for the most part, is antithetical to the value system of Saudi Arabia. You're not getting money because, they can't wait to hear your take on their local cuisine, or they can't wait to hear your take about being an Italian and your wife's Jewish. They are paying for you to put your face on the poster and say, hey, they agreed to come here. We can't be that bad. You are propaganda. That plain and simple.
Yeah. I want to hear what Bill Burr has to say when he comes back, man. I really want to hear what Bill Burr has to say. When he comes back from Riyadh, I want to hear what Bill Burr has to say. I want to hear Bill Burr respond to the criticism, because he's been the one that's been the most disappointing. Bill Burr's been the one that's been the most disappointing, because he was like speaking for the people for a short period of time, rallying against billionaires and millionaires, rallying against oligarchs in general, and politicians and corruption and all this malarkey. And then boom, here he is, face front and center in Riad Comedy Festival. So I really would love to know how he justifies going against the oligarchs, the Silicon Valley types, those dark lords, right? Those Sith lords, but then has no problem accepting money from a government that flat out kills journalists, kills dissenting voices. Like, I don't know. I know he's going to say, oh yeah, America's just the same. We kill people too, whatever. Nonsense. But I really want to hear him, not explain, but just give some commentary. Whatever. Provide some context. Maybe he's just going to say, fuck it. I need to ensure my daughter has a college fund and this paid for it. Or, I'm moving to a new house. I need a new house. Whatever. Just be honest. But the same person that's rallying against billionaires also being the same person that's taking money from the side of your family. It's just, it doesn't really make any sense, really, does it? It doesn't really correlate, man. But it's disappointing, man. Disappointing, but I guess it is what it is. I just wonder, like, the money side of things. Like, when they set these gigs, are they setting the gig because they don't get paid as much as we think they do? or they're accepting these gigs because they just want all the money. I feel like it's probably the latter, innit? Because it's not like these comedians who are getting booked are like, you know, up and coming ones. You can understand why they're gonna take it, but it's the ones who have already made it and they're still taking these gigs. Like, brother, like, you could probably make that money they're gonna pay you on the fucking show. Maybe in a, you know, 6 months or so with your podcast. Even is it really gonna make a difference in your life? Really? I don't know. Big up. I'm sure jokes are gonna be trash. Big up his booth, exactly. Big up James Banks. Bill probably justifies it by saying he'll probably be able to work less and spend time with his kids, but doesn't work because he's already had enough money to retire. Exactly. It's just like, that's the whole thing. And again, I would understand it more if it's an up and coming comedian who just needs to get their foot up the ladder, just needs to make sure they can guarantee and pay their rent for the next 12 months. Cool, I get it. I actually get it. I understand. You're still going to feel morally bankrupt. You're still going to feel disgusting. You're still going to be ashamed of yourself when you sleep at night, but at least you've, you know, ensured that you can continue, you know, living your dream. I can't understand that, but these motherfuckers, most of them already live their dream or currently living their dream. Like, imagine just not being on anything like that. It's just wild. It really is wild. But hey, I guess we are where we are. I guess we are where we are. Let's move on. Oh, let's do this actually. Bill Burr's 58-second rant about dictators and blood money and billionaires from 15 years ago. Yeah, so maybe he's changed. This is from 15 years ago, but maybe Billy has changed.
You have other comedians like myself where as I'm going to the airport and either Nia or the taxi guy is going, what airline? I'm looking it up in my phone. So I get there and I go, who am I doing this private show for? And they said, oh, it's a poker tournament with a bunch of oil men. There's like 10 billionaires. The rest are millionaires. And there's a couple of bankers there. Right? So here I am now feeling like fucking Beyonce. You know, when she performed for those dictators, after all my time talking about, you know, blood money and all that shit, here I am going out there. I should have put on a little glitter dress and danced like a fucking whore, and I go out to go do this benefit. Right? Because I just said yes because I saw the money. So right now, all my credibility, you know, beyond me being a moron is out the window at this point because I still did the gig.
Exactly. I'm sure he knows this, by the way. I'm sure he knows. He probably doesn't care anymore at his age, his stage of his career. He probably doesn't care about that. But man, I thought he was one of the good ones. I thought he was one of the good ones, but I guess not. I guess fucking not. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Absolutely nothing. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's do the doctrine. Actually, going on that topic, let's go on this.
The events and statements.
Let's do no, not that one. Let's do the American Redact one. Where is it? There you go. American Redacts, right? American Redacts, new one. The problem with the Saudi Arabia's new comedy festival. Let's go. Big up American Redact.
There was it's tight. They just went to the desert and just fucking
They were
vibed
asking
out.
me to go to the Middle East soon.
What? What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
Not for the troops.
What?
It's for the Saudis.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
So I thought.
Aren't they exactly the 9/11 guys?
All right, so if you heard the news, Saudi Arabia is currently hosting a pretty controversial comedy festival in their capital city of Riyadh, with some of the world's most famous comedians headlining the event. Huge names like Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle, and even Bill Burr are being paid millions of dollars to perform there in the next few weeks. And as you might have already guessed, their fans and their fellow comedians are really hating on them for it. Since Saudi Arabia has a long record of some serious human rights violations and state-sponsored atrocities that these comedians are just gonna ignore while they perform there, I guess. Because if they don't, they could literally end their own lives. Like, it's actually illegal to say some things over there. And the crime is punishable by death.
Exactly.
Just look at Jamal Khashoggi. So it's just an overall disappointing time to be a fan of comedy right now. And other comedians realize this too. I mean, just the other day, the guy who played Gabe Lewis from The Office, Zach Woods, hilariously summed up the whole thing in a TikTok post, where he put everyone there on blast, as they're essentially selling their integrity in exchange for enormous quantities of blood-soaked cash.
Guys, it's that special time of year. It's the Riad Comedy Festival.
This is so good.
And all of your favorite comedians are performing at the pleasure of Turki Al-Sheikh. And he is the head of the entertainment authority over there. And he has so many people thrown in prison because they tweeted stuff he didn't like about the soccer team or whatever, that there's a wing of a prison nicknamed after him where they hang people by their heels from the ceiling. Now, there's a lot of drips, killjoys, and dweebazoids who are saying, oh, they shouldn't do comedy over there because it's whitewashing a regime that just in June killed a journalist and killed Jamal Khashoggi and played a big role in 9/11. Shut up. Name one comedian who hasn't whored themselves out to a dictator.
Exactly.
Sinbad in the 80s would go perform for dying Nazis hidden out in Argentina. Mr. Bean would do private shows for Idi Amin. Me and Bibi Netanyahu have collaborated. I pitched him a prank show called The West Bank. Let's not get our, moral panties yanked up, wedged high in our rumps. Human Rights Watch has been begging the comedians not to participate in the whitewashing of the horrors that are ongoing in Saudi Arabia. Ugh, what a cockblock.
And don't think for a single second that these so-called free speech warriors are just going to go up on stage and suddenly turn into rebels, bravely using their sets as some kind of noble protest against the Saudi regime. Their silence has been bought, packaged, and paid for in full. They're going to keep their mouths shut, tell some pretty safe jokes, collect the check, and then fly on home. Like there is absolutely no room to deviate from that script. They're not even allowed to make hints at the ugly reality of what the government has done there. Just take a look at what happened to Tim Dillon. He got banned from the festival for something as small as mentioning Saudi slave labor on his podcast. A podcast that he records in America, mind you.
I was fired from the Riad Comedy Festival.
And the craziest part about that was that he wasn't even condemning the slavery. He was, in a weird Tim Dillon-y kind of way, spinning it into some dark humor that actually casts it in a positive light. But the mere fact that he let the word slavery pass through his lips was enough to get him axed without warning.
Exactly.
Well, they have slaves, then they kill Hey. Get over it.
Get over it. I love it.
Get over it. So what? So what they have slaves? So what? My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them in Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? They'd be deferential, right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do.
That's how extreme the censorship truly is. It doesn't matter if you say it sarcastically, ironically, or even supportively. The regime doesn't want the word itself uttered, because the word reminds people of reality, and reality is the last thing they want leaking into their carefully manufactured spectacle. Exactly. So here's Tim's reaction after he got fired.
My agent called me and told me they heard what you said about them having slaves. And I said, I was being positive about it. I was defending them. He goes, well, I know that. I know you were defending them. I said, I was defending them for having slaves. I literally said, slaves are probably hard workers and for the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that. I was saying that slaves were proud of some of the buildings they built. Now, I am very clear about the way I will do a gig. If I accept a gig, I am not going to break the rules of the gig.
Yeah,
so I certainly wasn't going to show up in your country and insult the people that are paying me the money. One, it's illegal. So I wasn't really planning to go to a Saudi jail. But on my own show, in my own country, where I have the freedom to speak and say the things I want, I'm going to be funny and I'm going to be who I am. And if you're not buying that, I addressed it in a funny way, and they fired me.
It's just so funny how he's acting shocked that they do something like this. Like, he can't believe that the Saudi Arabian government would do something so unbelievable and uncalled for. I mean, I know that comedians aren't the smartest people in the world, but to think that the Saudis won't micromanage every little thing you say leading up to the event is an extremely boneheaded thought. Again, they're paying them to be puppets. Like, they're not allowed to do the comedy that they've been doing for decades whatsoever. The things that Tim Dillon said that got him fired were, in fact, nothing burgers, as one would say. But to a government that throws women in prison for simply taking off their abaya in public, even the tiniest joke is treated like a national security threat.
It doesn't. There's so many reasons why he got fired. It could have been he's just gay. They fired him when they found out. It could be because of that Clips channel that posting stuff about missing time and some other channels, but I don't know. It probably had more to do with his. I bet you they probably fired him because they found out his sexuality after the fact. I bet they didn't even know. I bet you the most bookers didn't even know he was homosexual to begin with. So, you know, bringing someone on their platform is gonna say, it might be a bit troublesome. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's all the above with Tim. I think it's all the above. I don't think they did much research about him, who he is as a person, what he stands for, and I think, you know, we showed that on display today. That kind of pouch thing, belt thing is fucking cool. I fucking love it. That one is sick too. Let's continue.
Islamophobia and my love of bacon are completely separate things.
Not only that, you can go to Muslim countries and yell, "I love bacon." There's no laws against it.
I will be doing it at the Riad Comedy Festival very soon. Get your tickets! Get your tickets!
Are you really going to go there?
Of course I am.
Wow.
Why would I not? Would they kill gay people and women? By the way, we've said that about, we say this about every Muslim country is throwing gay people off the roof all the time, by the way. Okay? I obviously don't agree with Saudi Arabian policies on women and things like that.
Yeah.
Is it my business to tell Saudi Arabia how to live? Truly.
How big was the check?
It's
$375,000 for one show.
Nice.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I'll take that.
I'll watch a behanding for that.
Behanding?
Yeah. It's called a behanding. What happens is they cut the hand off the thief.
And I know some of you might be thinking that for the amount of money that Saudi Arabia is paying, anybody would be an idiot not to go, which is only fair if they were being paid Cristiano Ronaldo money, okay? They're not, though. And in my opinion, they're not even being paid anywhere close to an amount that justifies going. Like on the same podcast that got Tim fired from the festival, he actually mentions how much everyone was getting paid to perform there, listing figures as high as $1.6 million and as low as $150K.
You're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point.
If this is true, and 1.6 mil is the highest they're paying people, then this is more pathetic for the comedians than I'd ever thought. Don't get me wrong, $1.6 million is a lot of money, but for the impact that this is going to have on their reputations, it's really not enough, especially for someone like Kevin Hart, whose net worth is something close to $500 million. And don't even get me started on the people who accepted the $150K. That's possibly the funniest thing to come out about this festival. Like, sure, $150K is a lot to most people on Earth, but these comedians easily clear that on tour, where, might I just add, they're allowed to say pretty much whatever they want. A guy like Theodore von Kernatowski III literally makes $150K in one night. Just take a look at one of his pay stubs that someone leaked online not too long ago. So this is just some absolute scumbaggery coming from a lot of these court jesters. It's what I'd expect from people like Andrew Schultz and Whitney Cummings, but Bill Burr honestly caught me off guard. I love the guy and was hoping he'd try and make a stand for what he believes in when he performs there, but being that Tim Dillon was fired for even mentioning slavery in his own country, I'm pretty sure Bill Burr's just gonna play it safe, which makes him no better than anyone else on the list. And him performing there just hollows out everything he preaches about on his podcast. I mean, he's even recorded recorded himself talking smack about people who accept money from the Saudi government way back in 2011, which, now that he went and performed there, just sounds like jack shit when you go back and listen to it again.
Because no one ever raises money for terrorists, right? I guess unless you do a comedy show in like Saudi Arabia.
Come on, Bill Burr. Come on.
You know, that's how they raise money with their
You're better than this, bro. You're better than this.
But hey, as one legend of the channel sadly fades into the background, another rises up to fill the void, as Mark Maron has been one of the comedians calling out the Riad disaster lately, just as I thought Bill Burr would.
And like, don't get me started about the Riad Comedy Festival.
Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah, that looks like.
You think you saw it? How is it?
Oh, no, I did see that. Yes.
It's like under the radar.
Yeah.
That all these huge acts, I can name names, but you can just go look it up, were offered complete, ridiculous amounts of the bloodiest money on the planet.
Yeah.
you know, but it's like, does it just come to that? And look, I can maintain this position because one, I wasn't asked.
Yeah, of course. That's always with me.
And I don't think I'd go. I know I wouldn't. But it's like, does history not matter at all? I mean, literally, it's like the Riad Comedy Festival from the guys who brought you 9/11. Do you know what I mean? It's like, is that just nostalgia?
Well, there's a Riad Comedy Festival. I don't know if you heard about that. This is true. There's a Riad Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival. I mean, how do you even promote that? I mean, the same guy that's going to pay them is the same guy that paid that guy to bonesaw Jamal Khashoggi and put him in a fucking suitcase. But don't let that stop the yucks. It's going to be a good time. Full disclosure, I was not asked to perform at the Riad Comedy Festival, so it's kind of easy for me to take the high road on this one. Easy to maintain your integrity when no one's offering to buy it out, you know?
Jesus Christ, ouch.
I honestly don't think that these comedians or their managers realized just how much people were going to trash them for doing this event. Because Bill Burr performing in Saudi Arabia is not really the same as Ronaldo playing soccer there for $700 million. Ronaldo's job requires him to kick around an inflated ball for 90 minutes straight. Bill Burr's job requires the freedom of expression, and Saudi Arabia is one of the last places on earth where that's found. I mean, the only place that I could think of that would be worse would be if somebody performed for Israel or for the US government. And yes, I'm aware that some of you may be thinking that simply performing in the States is worse than performing in Riyadh, since the government here is in fact funding a genocide. But comedians don't perform for the US government when they do comedy here. They're performing for separately owned venues. And whenever comedians do decide to perform for the US government, everyone rightfully shits on them for it. Like when Theo Vaughn went to perform stand-up comedy.
I don't think the US government, performing US government, is as bad as performing for the Saudis. I'm not gonna lie. US government has some atrocities, has some things to answer for, but I don't think it's the same at all. 0. 0, 0, 0. What's my fucking arrow? Come on, my arrow, man. There.
For Donald Trump in Qatar. That was a really shitty thing to do. I hope I made that very clear. But anyways, at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. Taking Saudi money means selling out your voice, and no punchline in the world is worth that.
Do you agree that there's a lot of parents who neglect those children?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that those kids should suffer because they have bad parents?
Why do they suffer?
No.
Okay,
I don't think they should, but bad shit happens.
On to the next point.
And there's so many people that die from car accidents, bro. It's bad. Up shit happens.
Exactly.
Like, we can't save everybody. We can't save everybody, bro. Like, it is.
But just because we can't save everybody doesn't mean we don't try.
I'm advocating for kids to take advantage of the surplus of food available to them in different ways that it is.
Yeah.
It's not on somebody to do it, bro. Like, you know, you're shitty parents. I get it, dog. This life is fucking hard, dog. And some children are born in up circumstances, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, but I had a debate with Stevie Knight from Night Talk. He reached out to me to have a discussion after he covered our Kirk video a while back. There's like 2 parts that really threw me off a lot.
There should be free school lunch for all children.
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Let's go get a job.
A child?
You know, the parents should go get the job. You are a dumb dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat?
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. It does not exist. We have a child obesity problem.
So I'm like, If you just Google it, what he said is a blatant lie. But the smugness with which he said that stuff, he's like, well, the parents should pay. Well, we all know there's bad parents out there. We all know there's like parents who neglect their kids, parents who got on drugs, whatever it could be. And Stevie was like aggressively defending this stance. Go get food stamps. You can get food at churches. There's no reason to starve. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there's no reason to starve in America. It's like 1% of households have like technically a hunger issue, bro, but people are not starving to death in America, bro. Motherfuckers are fat as hell.
But I remember just throwing me off because I'm like, what possesses an adult to look like a 7-year-old? And like I said, there's 14 million kids suffer from food scarcity. That means they don't know where they're gonna get their next meal. I went to school with niggas like that. Y'all didn't go to school with nobody who just sometimes they would show up and they didn't have a lunch and the teacher would sometimes have to fill in if they would. But I remember some lunches, the kids didn't get shit. They used to have to eat out of other kids' boxes. And people are like, oh, what's wrong with skipping a meal? When you're in development, it's bad. It stunts their growth. Their academic scores are lower on average as well.
It is hard to believe, but a government report out tonight says more than 17 million American children don't know where their next meal is coming from. Many count on school food programs, but what happens now that school is out?
And then afterwards, Stevie's like, well,
if homeless are hungry, they can go get some fucking food, dog. Food stamps, bro. The homeless don't go hungry, bro. They can go get a meal if they want to get a meal.
You're comparing children to homeless. Have you not been a child before? Do you think kids know where? Yeah, but the teacher
call parties that do this for a living to find children the resources that they need. Like teachers do this all the time. They'll see a child that may be neglected and they'll make the calls or alert people to, intervene.
You want to call child services? You want to put them in foster care?
It may be better than having the shooty ass parents.
Have you looked into foster care, Steve? Have you Googled foster care?
Yeah, but you're describing these parents as ain't shit, bro. Like it is bad shit happens.
You want the teacher to wait till the kid's like emaciated and clearly skinned?
Like,
you know what I mean? It's
that's
crazy.
what I'm saying. I was like, okay, you just want to be right just to be right. What do we?
Anyways. DSP. Let's do some DSP before I end. Let's do some DSP. Curse your snort, Brunel. DSP's failure. Total marathon failure. Blaming viewers for horrible performance and support. So DSP now has these things, right? These marathons that he does where he tries to raise a bunch of money. But he's doing them way too often, in my personal opinion. He's doing them way too often. But for some reason, DSP doesn't really have he doesn't have any understanding. Like he refuses to believe, he refuses to accept the reality that number one, he doesn't have as many fans as he thinks he does, especially ones with money. And number two, they don't have endless pockets or, you know what I mean? Like he thinks they have money all the time to support him daily, marathon, whatever. But the truth is they don't. So no matter what socks they use, no matter what they do, they're not going to ever make him happy because fundamentally there's not enough people with money to send to DSP. But anyway, he doesn't understand that, and it creates for some great videos, some great fucking crash outs, some great reactions from one of the worst streamers of all time, one of the worst content creators of all time, the entitled pigman himself, DSP. Let's see what he's doing.
I love it, and you know, it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house.
I love that. That's one of my favorite things I love and hate about him, the emotional manipulation, right? The emotional manipulation that he does to his fucking fans. I might lose my house if you don't give me money. Like, what? No, you won't. You're perfectly fine.
Something that I have nothing whatsoever control over or to do with. That's the worst feeling.
Here we go. Look at him.
Yeah.
What a weird angle to stand
cool.
at. Not really, bro. It's pretty shit. Never ask a fat motherfucker why they don't stand straight. Exactly. Why is he not standing straight? Exactly. That's a good point. Why is he not standing straight? Why is he standing in that weird angle? Never ask a fat motherfucker why they don't stand straight. Never ask a fat motherfucker why.
So I still have one. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll wear this today as a throwback. And of course, I also wanted to show off my guns. As you know, I've been working out, and I wanted to have every opportunity.
What the He's lifted weights for like a week, bare. A week, probably been doing some dumbbell curls. A week. And he legitimately thinks he's yoked up. This guy might have the same developmental fucking disabilities as fucking, what's his face? As what's his face again? Well, the t-shirts, Josh Block. He might be on the same level as him. Because, like, your arms don't look that different to how they looked before murder. They still look like they're atrophied, you know? His forearms are bigger than his bicep. That's the problem, brother. You got a lot of work to do. Don't be bragging about this shit. Just keep going. You fucking idiot.
To just show off my my big buff arms now that I have. I'm just going to go ahead and, flex. Whenever you want, I'll do a nice big flex on stream today for you, okay? I just find it hilarious because I used to wear t-shirts all the time, but I had like thin noodle arms, right? Now I actually have muscle tone.
Now I have muscle tone. What? No, you don't.
Can show off when I wear a t-shirt. So there you go. Very nice.
So I guess we're gonna see more DSP and short sleeve t-shirts going forward, isn't it? We're definitely gonna see more of him because he wants to show off his arms.
Don't get too excited. All right, don't get too excited. All right, so I lost a ton of weight. Oh my God, can you take a picture of me when I used to wear this shirt? Seriously, it used to be here was a big gut swollen and everything else was like atrophied, and now there's no gut at all, and now I actually have muscle. Like crazy.
I don't know why he's so proud of losing all this weight or something, when he's mostly losing it through what, starvation or something. And I also don't understand why he's bragging, because his wife Kat is fat as fuck. Like, how are you gonna be bragging about losing so much weight when your own wife is struggling so badly? Why don't you help her out? Why don't you start cooking? Why don't you start helping her? You know what I mean, like, he met that woman Kat when she was somewhat slim and in shape, and through the process of being with him, she's turned into an absolute unit. Like, she was bigger than Wings when she came and sat down that time. She was bigger than Wings, legitimately. I can't get it. I can't get why he doesn't, try and help out his wife with the same sort of things. But I guess, that's DSP's way.
Crazy. Just what a little workout can do, a few months of working out.
I'm nervous because I don't know what I owe. They're not telling me.
Orange Ears did a $2 super chat. Says, next you need to get rid of your massive moves. I don't have massive moves,
yes,
you incredible idiot.
Yes, you do.
I actually have muscle tone back on my chest now.
No, you do.
Because I'm working out. I'm doing bench presses and the like.
Anyone that works out knows that the chest area is usually the hardest place to get any kind of muscle mass or definition, or even get rid of the man boobs. It's usually the hardest place to do it with. It can be done, of course, processing shit, eating well and shit with that malarkey, but it is really difficult. So take it easy. But this guy just been lifting a dumbbell a couple of times, and all of a sudden he's an expert. Now all of a sudden he's a fucking expert. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Bumba tits. Okie dokie. Let's continue. Sorry, what am I doing?
So I have my chest coming back nicely, actually, and probably within a few more months it's going to be quite good. But I don't have moves. You're just an idiot.
Show us, then. Show us.
But thanks for the money. I mean, please, by all means, just keep throwing me money and saying dumb shit like that. Go for it. Basically, I have this wardrobe of clothes, all right? And some people are like, well, I don't understand, because when he wears the button-down shirts, he looks good. But then when he wears shirts like this, it's not flattering or whatever, because he actually has pecs, right? Oh, you could see, look, I see his nipple through the shirt. Do you really think I care about this shit? Dude, I'm 41 years old. I'm not a fucking fashion model. I'm comfortable in my body.
No, you don't.
I don't care about this stuff
at
all.
You definitely do.
No, I'm not maxing out my current weights. I'm doing very slow work and very slow progression, so I don't hurt myself. In fact, a little bit of transparency here. I hurt my arm, this arm. I hyperextended it because I was working out so much, and then I went.
In my experience, you don't hyperextend your arm because you're working out too much. You don't hyperextend anything because you're working out too much. You hyperextend because you're not in the correct form. You're not using the correct form, and you're not in the correct form. That's how you hyperextend. But he's talking about hyperextend like it's some big vat of thing. Like, come on, bro. That just won't happen. You know what I mean? Chill. But hey. What do I know? Absolutely nada.
to the dump, and there were, you know, I was throwing out big trash bags. And when I was throwing a trash bag into the ditch, I hurt my arm. I hyperextended it. It's been bad for like I couldn't fully bend it this way.
Either the trash bag that he threw into the dump was massive, right? Huge, full of fucking takeaway boxes and cardboard and all sorts of nonsense, or he's extremely weak, like frightening. But it makes sense because doesn't he use like a shopper or something, right? Doesn't he have like a basket, some sort of trolley that he uses to take shopping with him? So it makes sense why he's so weak. He doesn't even carry his own shopping back into his crib. Everything's done with some sort of trolley. That trolley goes into a lift. Like, I mean, that's why. But god damn, you gotta get better shit, bro. Like, or more of it or something, because god damn.
I couldn't fully extend it this way and it was hurting bad. So I basically have had to like calm down with the workouts this week because my arm was killing me. But
he's been going too hard. He had to calm down. DSP was going too hard in the gym. He's been going for like a week, if that solid. Or not even a gym. He probably bought some fucking dumbbells from fucking Amazon Argos. And he's been trying, he thinks that's going to reverse all those years of just sitting at home being a shut-in and letting his body wither away. It doesn't work that way, brother.
Now it's finally better. Like, look, I can move it again. It actually is feeling normal again.
Wow.
So I'm probably going to start working out again. Probably tomorrow, because today I'm doing a marathon. I'm going to probably have booze in me and everything. I'll probably start tomorrow again. But I'm excited. Like, I'm sad I haven't been keeping up with the workouts this week because the arm was messed up. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, he's such a dickhead, isn't it?
I don't believe you. I'm sorry, I totally don't believe you. But no, I haven't maxed out my weights yet. No, I haven't. I will. Like, if I keep it up the way I'm going, probably maybe by the end of the year, early next year, I might actually max out the weights. It depends.
Yeah, sure, mate. Just stick to it first before you start saying what records you're going to break. Whatever, mate. Oh, this guy's talking out of his fucking ass.
Because sometimes you hit a plateau, and that happens unless you're constantly like taking in protein and creatine and shit like that. You can hit a plateau, and then you're like, oh, I can't.
No, what are you talking about? He's just making shit up. Like, how does he talk with such confidence about topics he knows nothing about? I know that's a key trait of a lolcow, but it's so fascinating. It's like you just started working, all of a sudden you have all the answers. You're the complete expert of all aspects of training, of all aspects of weightlifting. You seem to know everything. You just started training yesterday. If anything, you're probably just lifting a couple fucking shitty, weights that you found somewhere. Like, come on, man, relax, brother. Jesus.
Can't really get any stronger unless I up my game, and I don't know if I want to do that. Like I told you guys, I just want to kind of be more naturally fit. I don't really care about getting insanely buff or anything. XBT WXDX did a $2 super chat. What are you repping on bench specifically? I'm not going to tell you any specifics because then people will always say that it's wrong or bad or low. So I'm never going to tell you that.
Yeah, he's afraid of getting bullied. He knows he doesn't want to get bullied. He's probably benching the fucking barbell and sweating his ass out, isn't it? He's probably just benching the barbell alone is probably giving him a hell of a sweat, and he thinks he's fucking leaving that place buff as fuck. Sweating the fucking barbell on the bench. Like, shut up. Please shut up.
It's that simple. You'll see the results as I continue, getting more fit and bulking up a bit, but I'm never going to tell you the specifics because it's not worth it. That's exactly what morons want. They just want to have numbers so they can all pick it apart and say that it's wrong. What's right for me is right for me. It's probably not right for you, but it's working, right? You can see the results, right? It's working. So
no, we can't see jack shit.
He is right for me. It's probably not right for you, but it's working, right? You can see the results.
Look at the eyes. Look at the fucking scatty eyes. Look at the eye bulge. Look, who are you trying to convince, brother? There's nothing going on there.
That's right. It's working. So I'm good. Ask what's your favorite exercise and cardio routines? It's when you burn calories while shoving your face filled with a big, delicious, full rack of ribs. Yes, I've lost a ton of weight, and I've gotten healthy and physically fit, as you can see.
You're not physically fit. You're just not. You're not. I'm sorry. Has he lost weight since before? Yes, clearly you can see. But the physical fit rip thing is just insane. He can get rips in a week, bro. He's like a child. You know when you're a kid and you first get dumbbells or you first start doing push-ups and bench presses and stuff, you start feeling like you're yoked. It's like he's like a child that, you know, when you've done your first back squat and you think suddenly your legs are going to blow up. It's like, you gotta do more of those things, mate.
Legs too, because I work out my legs, so my legs are like really nice now. My calves are super toned and my thighs are actually like rock hard now because I've been doing.
My calves are super toned and my, like, how? In a week? You got that done in a week? Okay, bro. My calves are super toned.
Doing, you know, so many squats. So like my whole body has really improved. I'm very, very nice. Transformation, seriously. Why am I working out? Because I'm getting older and I want to live longer. If I'm in my 40s and I refuse to work.
Of course he wants to live longer. He wants to beg forever. That's what he wants to do. He wants to beg forever. There's no retirement plan. It's not living longer to spend more time with his wife, to maybe have some kids, to spend more time with his family. He's only wants to live longer so he can beg longer. He wants to be in that chair when he's grey. Literally when he's grey. He's already grey now. He probably puts hair down in his hair, I'm pretty sure. Because there's no way your beard is that grey but your hair isn't. So he most likely wants to be around begging forever. There is no exit plan. There is no special plan. It's just begging forever. So what better way to beg forever than to improve your health, your general health, I guess. Or fitness.
Work out and I'm a fat sack of crap. I'm going to die quicker. And I don't want to die quicker. I want to live longer for my...
Well, your wife upstairs is fat as fuck. She's going to die quicker by your account. Why don't you help her out then? You know, by his summation, being fat and overweight will let you die, make you die quicker. If that's the case, then, or die sooner, sorry. If that's the case, why don't you help out your wife, who's also fat as fuck?
My family, you know, I want to be here for my wife. I want to be able to provide. I want to be able to make good content for you guys to hang out and have a nice, long, meaningful life. I don't want to be a big lump that just sits here and becomes, you know, a big blob that gets diabetes and dies.
Discovering that you need to take care of your health and fitness at his age, was it 44 years old, is quite disgraceful. He's sitting there with his arm atrophying and muscles going all over the place, noodle arms, and he thought that was okay. And now all of a sudden he wants you to believe that he's the buffest guy in the world. Okie dokie.
I'm not going to do that. I refuse. And now the thing is, I have the means to do it. Now I have the means to do it. Previously, it was like I was always constantly overworked. I wasn't making a ton of money, or when I did, it was going right to debt and bills and all kinds of problems.
WWE champions.
As you know, in the last year, things have turned around completely. You guys have started supporting me in a huge way. It's giving me the means to now do this. I want you to see, again, I want you to understand, this improvement is because of you. Seriously. Because you guys have given me the means to do it. Previously, I didn't have the means to do it.
If you give me more money, I'll get more healthy. If you don't give me more money, then I'll just die. You see the emotional manipulation? If you give me more money, I'll continue to be fit and healthy. If you don't give me money, then I'll just get fat and die.
And now I do. You know? Thank you for that. Really, thank you for that. Thank you.
Very good. Prayer hands.
Thank you, guys. Fuck. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so tired, but I'm happy that I got off my chest and you guys are being supportive and, you know.
The begging.
Thank you, guys. Wow. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He doesn't do this anymore, by the way. This insincere begging with his hands anymore. He just straight up bullies and asks and demands from his fans. I blame Kino Casino for this, by the way. I blame Kino Casino. He used to at least pretend to be sincere, pretend to have contrition, pretend to be regretful and whatever, apologetic when he's begging. Now he's just straight up like, give me money. I mean, he's almost screaming at his fans. I blame Kino Casino for that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Ew, man.
Okay, I seriously would do it.
Have some pride, bro.
I hope you understand it. With the increase in support you've given me in the last year, take a look at how everything has transformed. And this is what I've been saying all along, but everyone always wanted to naysay and be jerks and say, oh, no, that won't happen. If you support Phil, he'll blow the money on mobile games.
You do blow the
money.
He'll
blow the money on booze. And he'll blow the money on DoorDash. Okay, so take a look now. So now,
what do you mean, okay? You still done the same things. You make more money, so you can afford to blow the money on DoorDash. You can afford to blow it on drinking, and you can still improve your studio. Improve, quote unquote. Why is he acting like these things are mutually exclusive? Like, what's wrong with this guy? These things are mutually exclusive. You got more money, so you can spend more money doing the things that you enjoy doing, which is what you've done. Nothing has changed, really. It's all the same thing.
What do you have to say? Now it's like, oh, but now we won't say that anymore
piece of shit
because,
cunt,
he actually, did what he said he was going to do. He improved his life. He improved his setup. He improved everything, right? And I'm feeling great. You could even see, I know that I'm still chubby in the face a bit. You can see, but I'm losing some of it. Like the chub that I had built up over years from just being unhealthy, it's starting to go away. This
so delusional. Like, what are you? You look the same, brother. Maybe that other clip from like 10 years ago is different, but he's so delusional. It's kind of impressive what he sees in the mirror v what we see, innit? It's like, huh? Like, my beard's not patchy, it's just grey. No, it's grey and patchy. Can both things be right? Like, I'm losing, yeah, but not enough to make a difference. Maybe keep working out and keep dieting correctly, and you may lose more face fat and shit, but I don't think all those takeaways every week are going to help either, to be fair. But yeah, interesting guy.
Stupid neck fat is actually going away because I'm working out.
How about you? You're looking kind of fat.
All right, are we done? Are we done here? Like, I keep going, but there's nothing happening. The game is dirt boring. Like, it's just, I'd rather watch grass grow. So it's not, here's the thing. This game, honestly, everyone's, one of the worst games of last year. Like, it's just not a bad game, because I would say a bad game is a game that's, like, broken. It doesn't work. It's super unfun. It's not that it's super unfun, but there's just no reason to play it. There's literally nothing of value in the game. All you're doing is running around collecting. Who gives a shit, right? All right, that's enough. The game is not horrible by any standards, in my opinion. I think last year, a lot of people, what they like to do is they all like to latch onto something that's going viral.
He just plays games so terribly, innit? He's so bad at video. He makes you not want to play a game. You see a game he's playing, and he makes it so boring. It's lacking creativity, lacking in entertainment value, lacking in enthusiasm. Just
and they over exaggerate. The game is not terrible. It's just boring as shit. It literally never needed to be made. No one cares about what Gollum did day to day as a slave when he was captured in Mordor, right? It's just not an interesting subject matter for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this game. Okay. People are tipping you, trying to encourage you to play along with how bad the game is, but you are ignoring them.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? Huh? No one tipped me. In fact, I think you're the third tip of the day. And there were 0 tips that came in during Gollum. Laugh at
That's basically why the game sucks, by the way. He doesn't hate that Gollum game because it's bad. He hates that Gollum game because no one's tipped. That's why he hates it. No one tipped. No one gave him loads of money, so the game is now bad. If he got loads of tips and he hit all these targets, that game will be the best game ever. But because it didn't hit the targets, it's a horrible game.
it. Laugh at what? There was nothing funny. That's what I mean. The game wasn't funny. If the game was so laughably bad that you go to crime on the wall and Gollum shot into the sky, right? Or if the game was crashing and breaking down, if the graphics were awful, like none of that. The game was just boring to play. That was the problem with it, right? So there's nothing I can do about that. Besides say, okay, it's boring. Let's move on. Let's do something else. Because that was too boring, right? I want to do something different. Positivity Gaming says, I think they're trying to say it's your job to be entertaining. You're the entertainer. You're supposed to be the one providing the funny. So if that's the premise, then we'll just not do this then. We'll do something different.
Look him throw the toys out of the pram. You're the entertainer. You're meant to provide the entertainment. Look how he answers this question. Look how he answers this question.
Just hang out and we'll talk all day and I'll entertain you. Or we'll play games that you know you're enjoying and we'll do that. It's not my job to make a bad game good, you idiot.
You're a streamer. It's your job to make the stream entertaining and good. You can play. That's the thing he fundamentally doesn't understand. He thinks games are the deciding factor if a stream is good or not. You could play Candy Crush, and if you're entertaining, people are gonna watch you play Candy Crush. They're gonna enjoy just hanging out with you as you play Candy Crush. But in his head, The game has to be AAA blockbuster, super amazing for it to garner the attention that it needs for him to make the money that he wants from begging. He doesn't, but I mean, it's a very interesting way he kind of looks at things. Very, very fucking bizarre. It's not my job, it's the game's job. Okay, then what's your job then? Begging.
That's not my job. It's not my job to say, oh, here's a game that everyone knows is bad. Phil's gonna somehow make it good. No, that's not what I do. I don't want to be a comedian. I don't want to be an entertainer, a cosplayer, a fucking skit maker, a video editor, a fucking, you know what I mean? Anything that these people do, that this is what's popular on YouTube, that's not what I want. We could do things that we already know are entertaining. Literally, I sit here and I talk with you guys, chill with Phil for 2-3 hours, and people all have a great time. We have great conversation. People support, right? Just today, the intro to the stream. I hung out with you guys for 90 minutes. You guys were having a great time. We hit our first goal. So what are you talking about? I love when people want to put it on me. No, fuckface. That's not how it works. There's a million things that we could be doing right now that are entertaining.
It's not
Maybe
my
that
fault.
particular
It's never
game
my
wasn't
fault.
one of them, right? You know, there you go. Let's see if that's entertaining. If not, we move on to another. If we do 3 or 4 and none of this is entertaining, then we'll do something else that's entertaining to everyone, right? The idea was that worst games ever. People thought, oh, you should play all these bad games. It'll be fun, right? Well, then let's do that. If it's not fun, we'll do something else. It's not, here, Phil, here's a pile of dirt. Make that into gold. The fuck are you talking about? You're an idiot. Okay, so I'm going to ban this guy because, again, he has nothing to say. He literally has nothing in response to say besides insulting me. So get fucked because you're an idiot. I publicly humiliated you like the fucking moron you are. And now we'll move on, okay? So guys, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a poll. You guys are going to vote for the next game, but please, let's get to $400. Let me take another shot because I had the one shot and already it's negated because of the food. I want another shot right now. I want to start feeling buzzed for the next game. All right, so please, let's get some support going. We're what, $70 away? Something like 70 away from the next goal? All right, you like the content. I know you do. Support the stream. Let's hit it right now. $75. We can get $75 right now to get me to my next shot. We can. Let's get some subs right now. We have no subs right now on Kick. Let's go. Let's get some super chats on YouTube. Let's get a tip. Let's get some support all around. No, fuck you. Yeah, exactly. The truth, I already explained this. I want to take another shot because I need one of two things. Either coffee or another shot. That'll keep me going. If I don't have either, I'm going to end up being super tired and I'm not going to be able to do a good marathon. So I either need another shot or I need a coffee. And we're right there to take another shot. So I don't know why we're not hitting it. So I can do it at 400. Literally, all I want to do is get the shot done with and then we can play Bubsy. I'm ready.
Fuck, you know, just drink the shot yourself then. Why you have to fucking get tipped to fucking drink a shot? $50 is like, what? Like, this guy's insane, bro. The greed is massively strong.
Ready. It's set up. It's ready to go. No, because I know what's going to happen. We're going to start playing Bubsy, and then we're going to hit the goal. Then I have to stop playing Bubsy to take the shot. I just wanted to get it out of the way now.
Fuck you. It didn't happen.
Oh, if you're wondering why I'm yawning, guys, it's because always after I eat dinner, I have a coffee. Today, I didn't want to do the coffee because I was going to have to be doing a marathon, and I thought I was going to hit goals to have liquor. But we're not hitting this goal for some bizarre reason. No one's supporting, so we're not hitting it.
For some bizarre reason.
So now it's like, well, I can't do both. If I have the coffee, then the liquor's kind of spoiled.
We don't
if I
give
have
a
the liquor, then we're good, but no one's
we
supporting
don't,
to hit the
we
liquor,
don't give a
so
fuck.
I don't
we
know.
Don't care. We don't care.
Our country's main design bureau's predecessor was a...
We still got like 2-3 hours left on the stream, and I don't want you guys to sit here complaining you're all bored. So what do you want to do? Do we want to keep playing these games or just fucking say fuck this and just hang out or whatever? I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make you entertained with games that aren't entertaining in any way.
You've been doing this for 14 years, bro. Figure it out. You're meant to be an entertainer. You've been doing this for... Look at his face. He's so ugly, isn't it? He's so fucking ugly. Oh, my God.
Big rigs. See, a lot of people kept saying big rigs. I have it. I bought it. I can't take shots until we hit goals. Look, guys, look how close we are to 400. But the problem is, with people dragging their feet like this, I will never get a buzz. Do you understand that? Never. The last shot was like 2 hours.
With people dragging their feet like this. People are dragging their feet and not giving me money. Give me money now. Stop withholding. People are dragging their feet. Honestly, this motherfucker, man. The day he goes broke will be a good day, man. The day the tips stop coming in the day the whales disappear, the day he has to get a real job will be so satisfying. It really will. What an entitled piece of shit.
Years ago, we ate, and then you're like, okay, time for a shot. How am I supposed to get a buzz? Yeah, I'm not getting buzzed. Nothing. It sucks. And it's like, how do I make a game? First of all, I'm insanely tired because, like I said, after I ate dinner, I almost had coffee. I didn't have my coffee today because you think, oh, you're gonna drink. Well, now I'm not drinking. But now if I go get my coffee, that's gonna basically negate any liquor that I drink. What? So what's it gonna be? This marathon was not able to be hyped because of stupid fucking Comcast. They screwed me over.
I make mistakes. I'm a fallible human. But most of the things that happened to me, I didn't do anything wrong. What did I do wrong? Nothing. Zero.
This marathon was going to be yesterday. And remember, I started to hype the date and, get people excited. And then what happened? Oh, Comcast is going to turn off my internet for a day. They're going to update the infrastructure. Who knows if I can stream? So basically, there's been no time to promote this marathon. We didn't even know that it was going to happen until Friday, the day before. How do you hype a marathon in one day? So people didn't get hyped for it or excited for it, to be honest. That's number one.
That's the reason.
Number two, I'm in the midst of actual good gameplay through.
That's the reason.
Silk Song, outstanding. Enough with if we hit 100 one more stream. We hit the goal now or we don't play the game again, period. There's no negotiation. There's no bullshit. Either contribute now or we don't see the game again. Too bad. This was laid out ahead of time. None of this nonsense. None of this fucking around. All right? I'm tired of it, quite frankly. Just started Sonic Racing. Actually a pretty good game. I'm about to finish the outstanding Chronos, right? This could be one of the worst survival horror games I've actually ever played. This could literally be one of the worst survival horror games I've ever played in my life. It's terrible. Even Silent Hill F, which isn't great, it's still entertaining, right? We're having a good time playing through it and enjoying it. So when you're in the midst of a whole bunch of good games, and then you're going to do a marathon, you're splitting that up. And I think what's happened is people just want me to go back to the games. Phil, all day it's been, Phil, when's Silk Song? Phil, when's Sonic? Phil, when's this? I know.
It's just all anxiety and panic, isn't it? It's like he's acting like he hasn't been paid forever. And it's just, the other day he hit you hit all the targets anyway most of the time. But the panic and it's like, relax, brother. Your fans haven't got money forever. Like, he's just, chill the fuck out.
This kind of interrupted the streak that we had. We were having a good streak of hitting goals and doing good with games and everything. And now look, this marathon kind of split it up. Again, if it weren't for Comcast doing that out of the blue and screwing everything up, the schedule would have been fine, and I think today would have been a lot more successful. We would have had more people coming who are engaged, who know more about these games. But instead, I basically got screwed. What are you gonna do, right? That's life. It's all good.
Yeah, good. I hope you get screwed more, you fucking greedy arky cunt.
Here we go. What the fuck? Look at the screen. What is going on? Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to do this. What the fuck? Oh my god!
Try making it a fake funny moment. Try to get some tips. Yeah. Find the routine. You're not funny, brother. You're not funny.
Nah.
What the fuck is he doing? Entertaining gameplay. What entertaining gameplay? Super entertaining. Jesus Christ.
So we're at 433 of support. We're literally 17 away from a third goal and getting us to closer to DSP tries at Indian food. And we are, about 63 away from a shot. And again, see what's happened? I took the shot of bourbon and then I played for an hour without taking another shot. So now I don't have a buzz. I've taken 4 shots today, but they've been so far removed from each other, there's no way I could possibly have any kind of a buzz. Unless I was the most lightweight person on the planet. Listen, I
We know
already
you're
said,
not a
now, I'm
lightweight,
going to
an
tell you right
alcoholic.
now, if you don't shut up about this, I'm going to ban you. The shots were $50. I literally just said, you want $50 shots? Fine. Right now, let's get $200. Right now, let's raise $200.
So hold on. If you give him $200, that's like that gets him to like 600 something. Then you will lower the price of the shots from 100 to 50. This guy's begging and scamming. It's out of this world, isn't it? Somehow he charges $100 for shots. No one does that as a streamer, right? And then he loads it to 50, being charitable. If you give him £200, $200. Oh, he's insane, man. He's the worst person in the world. He's the worst person in the world.
And I'll take 4 shots. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Because there's no incentive for me to do that. You understand? There's not. There's no incentive for me to do that at all.
He takes and takes and takes
Exactly.
and takes
Exactly.
and
That's
takes.
what he does.
Everyone wants to talk, but the people who talk don't support. Oh, lower the shots. You didn't support at all, stupid. Why the fuck would I listen to you? If you were a supporter and you were like, oh, I'll support more, but I want to see you take a few more shots, so let's increase the amount or whatever. Fine. Not the fucking peanut gallery in the back who just fucking does nothing and sits there like an idiot, like a lump. I don't give a fuck what you say.
What a piece of shit.
Now, you see, it's funny because I just made that arrangement. I changed the deal to be more suitable to what people seem to want. Has any support come in yet? Has there been a single sub, a single super chat, a single tip? No. You see my point? All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to post up. Like I said, we'll hang out for about another hour, hour and a half. We'll just talk and chill and have a good time. Chill with Phil, basically.
Thank God it's over. Thank God it's over. Thank God it's over. Jesus Christ, honestly. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Big up Snort Hogan. Big up Snort Brunel. Big up Snort Brunel. Premier DSP detractor. Big up Snort Brunel. Premier DSP detractor. Take him out. No, it's not Snort Brunel. It's just Memology. This is not Snort Brunel. My bad. Wrong one. Big up Memology. Big up Memology 101. DSP tries it. Amazing. Check them out. Snort Brunel's also good. Snort Hogan's also good. They do some really good shit when it comes to DSP. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm off skis. I'm off skis. It's nearly 4. It's 4 a.m. actually here. It's 4 a.m. in London town. Thank you for tuning in. Random show settings. Day number 30. Day number 31 incoming. I'm probably going to continue to the end of the week, to be fair. I'm probably going to continue until the end of the week. Wednesday and Thursday will probably be a members only show. But if you want to join and become a member and take part in the chat, you know what to do. Click link in the description. We'll be updating as well the Patreon tomorrow, I think, as well. And there'll be also more clips I react to. Because I've got to react to the Golden Hour clips. And I've got to do something else as well. I forgot which one as well. But big up everybody else. I appreciate. Yeah, Tom, that's a good idea actually. Tommy, good idea. Wear the Golden Hour jacket. Yeah, I will wear that for day 31. Why not? But big up the stream chat. I appreciate you all. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, all that good shit. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Enjoy. Start of the week. Monday's always the best day of the week actually for me. So hope you have a good one as well. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Alright? Cool. Peace. Bless.